All right, hello, good morning. Welcome from San Antonio Vault Tour 2024. Final day. We've got, first of all,
got some Bucky Nuggets.
Most importantly,
get some local flavor.
You know, we gotta keep our energy up for
Nothing
day 3.
says delicious breakfast like brown sugar, cornmeal, and corn syrup.
Those sound like they're almost real ingredients.
Mm-hmm.
It tastes like they're not almost real ingredients at all. So.
No. Don't forget the vegetable oil.
But, that's when in Texas, right? Mm-hmm. Gotta eat them. So, we are starting off with Alliance semifinals. We've got the top 4. We've got table 1 ready to go. If you didn't hear, in the top 4 for Alliance, we have Big Zest Energy, Melisma, that's who's going to be playing on our stream. And then we have Sith of Angmar and Dr. Sheep. So it was a stacked final and several different houses or sets represented too, right?
Yeah, we've got Worlds Collide and GR right here, and then I'm not sure what our friends are playing over there. We might need to go. Let's see, the Emerald Tavern.
Yeah.
We might need to ask him to shift it up a bit.
Yeah. We'll see where he puts his amber. Yeah. As long as the amber is within, because that's what I've been telling people, as long as it's within the black line, we're good to go. She was talking about this. I think she was on Edge.
I think that might be correct.
And then
he definitely talked about it. Now, why was I paying attention? That's the question.
Sith is on Winds of Exchange. He's around the same one he was doing at Roseville, which is Alliance with Faith, his triple sandhopper puzzle trinket, but it has a Mars pod in it with a legacy key abduction, which is really interesting and terrifying. But in this one, we've got the Mars Star Alliance Geistoid on the bottom, Grim Reminders. I think we saw this one on stream already. It's a nasty piece of work.
Yeah.
That deck. And then Melisma we haven't had on stream yet. Star Alliance, Untamed Logos, Worlds Collide. This will probably feel a little bit similar to what we saw.
I always do with this deck.
Oh, who was it? X-Ray creator playing yesterday. Probably gonna have some creative equilibriums and stuff like that.
I wonder if we'll see a Dasania here. Right, so playing against Geistoid, right? We got the Geistoid Mars. I assume we'll see the Waka, right? Winds of Death, Key Abduction. But does he have the hard counter for the Winds of Death in that logo spot? We'll see.
We're gonna find out pretty quick here. Again, this is semifinals, so we're not. Oh, we could say that.
Yeah, we should.
Not quite on the
thing.
finals.
Speaking of which, I should get on the stream.
I remember which one. Okay.
See the chat as well.
Did he start the? Oh, he did start the timer. Darn it! Just can't win with these. Okay, time is up right there. That is right on for where we are at. They're finishing up their mulligans, it looks like, and we are good to go. Alliance not usually as scared about things going to time. Stuff can happen, but especially with these combo decks, you kind of win or lose fairly quickly.
Yeah, we'll see the speed of this match. I think we've seen a variety, right? We've seen really fast matches, and then we've seen matches with a little more control.
So we've got a Harmonia coming out. This is the first Worlds Collide Harmonia we've seen. We did, well, actually...
No, there was a Harmonia in X-Rays deck yesterday, I believe. Wasn't that X-Rays, or was that... No.
So there was a Legacy Harmonia in a Grim Reminder Witch Queen deck.
That's right, it was Snex deck. That was the deck.
Oh, maybe. Okay, so we got a Boo right off the bat here. I'm assuming that's what this is.
Oh, there's the Winds of Death, yep.
I am now haunted.
We can't see his discard, and that's going to be a pain. I'm gonna ask him.
Yeah.
No creature captures one from its own side. I just gain
We can see the Ember at least, but yeah, getting that in frame for everyone would be helpful. So purging that Harmonia. So that's interesting, right? Like, does he think that was a great thing, or is like, well, that's what I happen to have. I guess I'll purge it.
Oh, okay, let's go.
There we go. Yeah, get that frame. Beautiful. All right. Now you can see the full Emerald Tavern.
Yeah, and I don't know if you recognize that there was I'm trying to remember who it was. This was before I was in this group, but there's a game store in Austin called the Emerald Tavern, and so one of these Emerald Tavern mats actually, I believe, won a Vault Tour back in like 2019. So we're coming back. Actually, it might be who Justin Liza from TTR beat in the finals of that Vault Tour.
Could be. Kirby into a
Tau Vapors.
Thank you, Tau Vapors. That's yeah. So we're gonna see some Kirby's, some out of house archiving to set up some things. I think is what we're gonna see here.
That's the same. Yeah, I saw it in hand. So
okay, and I do see the Mimicry. That's a strong card in Alliance, right? Play the best card from your opponent's discard pile. Right, best action.
Some interesting things you can do if you have some house cheating as well. You can Mimicry the Winds of Death to force your opponent to archive.
Oh, and then decide. Although they could pull it. Well, I guess you could. If you got double Kirby,
have to take some
double
house
Kirby.
cheating. Well, no, because then you'd be in.
Sorry,
it might not be possible.
That's tough. But you could. I mean, if you've got a whole bunch of archive, you could mimic the key abduction.
Okay. Is that King Can's Blaster?
Somebody's Blaster for sure.
If it was King Can's, I think he would have had to archive a creature. I don't know if it's a main. Maybe it's a main.
I'm not sure.
Otherwise, you archive a creature from the board, is what King Can's Blaster does when he's placed there.
Fortunately, the quality of this camera is unclear.
So, Big Zest calling Star Alliance, so not getting the steal off of King Can there because that is the only house on the board. Going with this is interesting. This could get risky, but maybe it'll pay off. We'll see. Event Horizon.
It's cool to see a battle-tested deck, by the way, in here with that border. Yeah.
With a cool Mars, too. So.
Oh, there's a well of...
is gone.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, you have to shuffle.
I will shuffle.
That's not
shuffle that. So Strengthful Diversity.
So just discarded so many. He's like, obviously, this is just what we're doing now.
It's just an Ember Pip, right? There's nothing to capture onto.
Nothing to capture onto. Creatures, so... But that is... Check, I believe. Looks like he's at 7. He's also rocking the big Amber Shard.
Let's see if he's got other exciting things. Nope. So he's just
up.
Playing out stuff and seeing probably waiting to see if he could draw into something where he could deal with the King Can, so he doesn't have to get stolen on multiple turns. That's my guess.
I mean, that King Can's most likely going to get 2 turns of value here because Melisma can choose a different house to steal one, and then that house most likely will not be a house that
So he's looking through. We know that Melisma has mimicry right now, so thinking about, well, what do I want to mimic? Sees that key abduction right there. It's too early, right? But perhaps I don't know. What would you do here? You could do the mind probe. Could be interesting to see what's in your opponent's hand. You know they just played a slower Star Alliance turn. They might be trying to build. If you definitely know your opponent's deck list, right? So hey, are there creatures that can deal with the board situation? You could call that house, right? It's also relatively few cards left in the deck, so you might have a decent idea as to what's in his hand. But there's other calls too, right? You could do the Vent Horizon to play your own. I don't know if it was the stealth mode, but you could play your own.
Yeah, we don't know.
Yeah.
Again, kind of what all is in Melisma's deck here. We do see a Star Alliance call again, so just kind of keeping that going.
Yep. So not calling another house. So if he does have 7, right, the 1 steal alone would not prevent. So that's a Kirby's Blaster there.
So getting the draw 2.
Yep, that's nice. And then
Nature's Call.
Oh, okay. Yep. Bring these back. Nice.
So it's going to lose the blasters off of both of them.
Yep.
But being able to replay 2 Kirby's doesn't feel too bad.
No. Feels
if you
real
have
good.
the hand for it.
Feels real good.
Kirby comes back down. Ooh, and
A wall. So you
him
bring back the Kirby. Or bring back the Kirby's Blaster, probably. Yep.
Yeah,
Draw more. Yep. It's pretty nice. Pretty nice. Curious if we'll see the mimicry here, or he wants to look to it.
Might have been looking through the discard for some amber control because Big Zest Energy is about to forge.
Yep.
I don't know that there's anything in this Star Alliance outside of that mimicry that can do it,
Yeah.
but I don't think I saw anything that can stop the key either.
Right. Well, if he has the Dasani in hand, right? Well, we saw the Winds of Death in this card, so he feels like he's got the counter, but it's also not in position for the excess energy. So he does play the mimicry. So we'll see here.
Pointed at the Event Horizon, so maybe just going for it.
Maybe. Yep. That's what it looks like.
Ooh, and we get
What was it? I missed it.
That's a lateral shift.
Oh. Okay.
Oh man, this could be.
Wow. Okay. So play anything here. Oh, look, the double target.
Double target in here somewhere.
In here
I don't
somewhere.
believe Melisma is haunted, so that might not do a whole lot. The Cursed Tomb feels like it might hurt you a lot if you play it here. But there's no amber control. So, again, I think this key might be going through. This is an interesting decision.
Yeah.
You could actually... Well, you can't discard the... what is that guy? The Echo Fly.
So what
to
do you
get
not?
the
The other thing of the goes, what do you not want your opponent to play? Like if you play a target, that gives 1 fewer archiving for your opponent. Gives you 1 more archive.
It's also
Though if he has the counter in hand,
right. He's got the Sania, so maybe you want to try and get him to archive as much as possible, which would actually be leaving all of the Geistoid and taking one of the Mars. There's also
what is that star line? That's
the artifact is a curse.
Oh, the curse
of obstinacy.
Okay, so he took milling his own deck.
So we're gonna see a little bit of the deck here. Ghost Hawk. We saw Eddie go. Gramophone.
Okay.
But that's a lot of information for Big Zest Energy. Now knowing, okay, there's a mimicry and there is a lateral shift.
Yeah.
So I've got to be. I mean, how do you play around that, right? Like, you have to have cards in hand that you want.
Yep.
Yep, we hear Papierzite. I'm probably not saying that right, but we're here. We've got Alliance going right now. We're going to just keep blazing through these rounds. We got a lot to play today still. Lots of top cut rounds to get through, and then there's some players who are capable of starting that.
Yeah, so he already had the punctuated equilibrium in hand, so he knew whatever he wasn't playing, he was forcing to discard. So that was a piece of information we did not necessarily see. And then we get a stealth mode. So is chucking,
So he did discard the Desania, though, is what that means, right? So now Big Zest Energy has that knowledge as well. I mean, they've seen the deck list, right? So I guess
he knows
what's in there.
Right, he knows that there's a Dasania. He
still
knows that it's
sealed
dangerous. to you know. But now that it's in discard, right? There's no dis here, right? So there's no exhume. So you probably cannot play it from the discard pile. So
Man.
Big Zest has a small window where he could use the Winds of Death, but unless he has a second one, it's in his discard right now.
Well, and he's under stealth mode at the moment, so his turn here, like, I almost wondered if he either just plays the 2 targets, gets some archives.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we see the discarded. Oh, because there's PE, so we have no idea what's in here.
Okay, so he chooses to capture to keep off to stop the key.
That's convenient.
Yeah, and not flip his deck. So he wants the last 2, not flip. Prevent the forge. That makes some sense.
Looks like he didn't prevent the forge.
Oh, was there a 6th one? Wait.
Oh, there was a We All Can Win, which makes key cost 4.
Oh, -2. Yeah.
Yeah. So, which I mean, that means Big Zest Energy also got his first key for 4 rather than the 6. Which is why he still has a couple there. But the big thing is, you have a huge Star Alliance board that you're not dealing with, right? Like, this Ingram is going to start warding more stuff. We see another stealth mode.
Yeah.
So the action control doing its work here. We did see Big Zest Energy has a lot of Mars creatures. So if that can combo, that gets around the stealth modes, right? It doesn't really care about that as much, but
he's got to do it, right?
He's got to use the Geistord to kind of get to it.
Yeah.
So
he doesn't, he lost the targets right to the punctuated equilibrium. That had to hurt, right? Because he could have set up. He saw the Dasani of the discard, could have set up stuff, but Big Zest has some challenges here.
Yeah. And first of all, Elizabeth is going to be reaping probably 5 times, getting up to check, playing more cards with Kirby, the 2 Kirbys. And then, again, Big Zest Energy still has to deal with that King Can. Mm-hmm. Ooh, if that's King Can's Blaster, that might be an archive of the body. Just taking it off the board, getting more ammo.
Yep, get yourself the check. I feel like I was just rocking my chair the whole time just to keep the motion.
I feel like you move more than me anyways, because when you left yesterday, it just started going off every
all the time.
2 minutes.
All the time.
I'm just like
I do a lot of arm waving and look at that play.
And I was just a statue, just
yes.
engrossed in the game. So we see a Tau Vapors coming off the first Kirby there. Blaster didn't get played yet, so let's see what he decides to do. This is a rough spot for Big Zest.
Yeah, there's still lots of stuff to happen, right? So fights with the Kirby off the ward.
The damage came through from the Kirby's Blaster, just dealing 2 damage.
No, I think it was actually a fight. It was a warded fight from the.
For the body to get the 1 damage on his body.
Originally, yes.
Okay. So we've got the Nature's Call bouncing all the Kirby's back to hand, and the walls, which can get back that blaster, that Kirby's Blaster. Mm-hmm. So interesting combo there, being able to recur that blaster and keep getting. We saw another stealth move.
Yeah.
Oh man, this is rough. This is like one house deck.
I mean, that's Worlds Collide Third Alliance, right?
Well, and that's just Alliance in general.
Well, yes, but you know, especially that house.
Worlds Collide Star Alliance.
If you could just play it every turn, you're probably doing well.
Yeah. And cycling through those stealth modes, which this being a triple stealth mode and multiple Kirby deck is
with the blasters.
Something.
Yeah. That's a pretty strong mod.
Got
a beefy. Plus 1.
The fittest?
Counters, yeah.
Plus 1 to everything.
Then I will play Kinkin's Blaster on Kinkin.
See Kinkin's Blaster again.
Archive
Oh, so we're going to archive one of the Kirby's. Or is that the... Yeah, that was one of the Kirby's. So just keep them safe in case Big Zest comes up with an answer here. I don't remember if Big Zest has a Grim Reaper, which might be able to come down and at least start dealing with a little bit of this board.
Did he use it right at the beginning? I think he did. I think he purged it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, right in the beginning, purged the Harmonia.
Oof.
So, I think that's when you were asking him to move the mat or something.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, it felt. I was wondering if.
And I'm not going to use this.
I mean, he can't hold it, right? So it's like, hey, you got it that time. You just use it. So
Ready, everything?
We get the Hologramophone down, so if Melisma ever has to take a Logos turn.
yeah, I don't know if we've seen a Logos turn call so far. Right? I think.
I mean, have we seen more than just one Untamed and everything else has been Star Alliance?
I think it's been pretty much Star Alliance.
Almost for both players?
Yeah.
I guess Zest
Yeah.
had some other houses.
Yeah, that Kin hasn't been doing much stealing, has it?
Now,
But the threat of it is there.
good chance it does here. It'd be hard to believe.
Yeah,
Big
I
Zest
mean,
has-
he took a slower turn this past turn.
Yeah, so we see him taking the Amber away there, giving
Put
one
down
to
the Void Prober, open
Melisma.
the Pro.
And
Got some
he can
Mars
go to
pictures.
Mars, use Mars stuff. So,
Just some discards.
cards, yep. And
just
shuffling.
Flipping the deck.
Yeah, it's got it. Can't not.
So, I mean, safe from another Mimicry for a turn. But the question is, did Melisma draw back through? Because reshuffle as well. So, chance of just having another stealth mode here.
Yeah.
Alright, so finishing up that draw so that Melisma can start their turn. Both players getting the reshuffle kind of at the same time. Drawing up to 6. Melisma will be forging as well. The 13 amber that was in their pool, going to use 6 of that, and so starting the turn with 7 amber in check for key 3 already. And gotta believe they're just going right back into a Star Alliance turn. There's not quite the threat from Big Zest here.
Star Alliance again.
Did the game turn around?
So nothing's really happened yet, actually, except for Melisma forging, because both players were reshuffling. But no.
Yep.
It's not quite turned around yet. It's looking pretty grim.
Elizabeth's in a pretty good position here.
There's a Positron Bolt, which will take out the Proliferator. Do some damage to that Distant Void Prober. Gotta think that Void Prober is not long for this world with the
Yeah.
blasters on board. Yep. Reap with the Kincan. So we already have an activation of a Kirby. We haven't seen. Oh yeah, that was the Positron Bolt. Melisma didn't take their archives, so only one Kirby this turn, I believe, unless there's a third in the deck. You can see the ward coming down from the Ingram, hitting that Kirby. I think there's a blaster in the discard now for walls to grab. Oh, and there's another stealth mode.
Yep. I mean, those got the game locked. Like, what? You know, just in case.
And another
yeah.
Ingram.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Done. Draw 4 cards. Choose 6.
That's
Yeah. I mean,
Infections, GG.
GG.
yeah,
There's
there's
the
the
handshake,
shake.
yeah.
I was trying to think what did we see that Big Zest possibly could have had in hand that could have prevented the forge there. The answer was nothing.
Yeah, so I'm kind of trying to think kind of like what happens if there's something that can happen early game for Big Zest Energy to sort of stop that from getting out of control there. There wasn't a ton of creature control on Melisma's side, right? So really, just needs to get that big board early on to be able to kind of fight off.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I think what Big Zest needed, honestly, you got the boo very early. Then you need to boo, discard Winds of Death, and immediately start going into your key abduction cycle, right? You need
Yeah.
to be able to go into that before Melisma can just start locking with the stealth nodes.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it's
So
about that.
I'm trying to remember if his Mars actually has the key abduction or not. I don't know if you remember.
We saw the key abduction.
We saw,
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
So yeah, it is a win to death key abduction. The Geistoid can be pretty self-sufficient if you can play actions.
Right.
But we saw they're just not able to do much. I think it also had, we saw a couple retro technician leads, which those are actually not bad against the stealth mode. You can start building the board with them.
Right.
But
and you can play your target to get the out of house, right? To get your pieces in archive. But against the Desania threat, that is tricky.
Yeah. So I don't know. We've got 22 minutes left on the round. I guess the other game might still be going for Alliance Top Cut.
Yep.
I believe. I don't know if you heard from them. I believe we'll go straight into Alliance Finals because. So this is one of the issues that we're running into today. Is Melisma and Dr. Sheep are qualified in the Top Cut of both. So if they keep going, the other format basically can't move forward.
Right.
So Melisma just got into the finals here, so that will slow it down. So we'll probably just go right into it. Luckily,
which means you guys are stuck with me because I'm in the Archon top 8, so I'll get to hang out with everyone on stream until we go back into Archons.
Yeah. Well, with that, we can go back to us. Oops.
There we are.
Hello.
Look at us.
We're here. We got some people on. Did start a little bit later than I think we were wanting, but they want to go through the deck checks and everything. But again, these Alliance games have the potential to go pretty quick. So, we'll see how it goes, especially with those stealth modes. Like, if you get it going, the game can just be locked down. Against
roll.
No. I think... I'm trying to think. So again, we don't know what Sheep's deck is, right? We should know.
You can go spy on him right now.
I've been talking about him, but I do know.
He definitely told me about the deck. I definitely didn't really listen.
But if
this was like on Friday, and I was like, okay.
If Sith's deck gets through, that's got like the Sandhoppers and stuff, so potential for him to keep getting creatures on the board to combat that kind of Star Alliance.
If those creatures with pips is...
And if he's got bubbles, those bubbles can be really big. I know Faith technically has that, but I don't know if he's still using that same pot or not. But Sheep's deck, we'll just have to see, but we'll have to see which one of them wins. So why don't we go to a break?
Let's do it.
We'll be back. Might be sooner than 20 minutes. That's how much is left on the round. But again, since this is Alliance, there's a good chance it goes faster than that, and they will probably get it going as soon as this game is done. So hang tight, and highlights from days 1 and 2. Listen, Ketzer, I gotta go to the bathroom. We'll try and be back in a little bit early, and we can go through that. I would say, so if I had two or three games to go back and watch, like first thing, there's actually 2 games with Dr. Sheep back to back. First one was against Flaming Hobo, running. So both of these players are in Top Cut for Archon.
Yes.
So they have already played each other once, but their match in Archon is really, really interesting. And then the match right after that is Sydney versus Sheep. Those two were just fantastic, really, really interesting decision points in the game. Was that Dr. Sheep?
I'm not sure.
Oh.
I was not streaming for Archon, so... And
that would have been that was Archon. So that was Dr. Sheep.
4 times.
Yeah, I had it right because I know that we have another one with Sydney against X-Ray. That was Alliance though.
Okay.
Those were some of the really big ones. Sealed had some really good games too. A lot of the Sealed, especially earlier in the day, going pretty close to time but not hitting time, so just really good back and forth. Last night, it sounds like we lost some of the footage of the game last night.
Yeah.
They're working to see if we found that, but the finals for Sealed also lots of back and forth, really interesting decisions, so good stuff there. But yes, the cliffhangers based on my natural bodily functions.
There you go. Wonderful. And on that note, let's go to
on
break.
that note, we will be back in just a few minutes here, so hang tight. Okay, really quick, we're going to do an update on what's happening. So they're going to try it just really hard the way things worked out. Both Melissa and Dr. Sheep are in the Archon top 8 as well. We do have our finalists for Alliance. It's going to be Melissa and Sith of Angmar. But to try and get as many people out of here as soon as possible, we're actually switching to the Archon top 8. We're going to do that, and then we'll basically just see who gets knocked out. If both Sheep and Melissa get knocked out, we'll then switch to the Alliance finals. Or if, I guess it's just Melissa. If Melissa gets knocked out, we'll go switch to the Alliance finals. Otherwise, we'll keep going in Archon, and then it might just be Melissa competing in both the Archon and Alliance finals. If that happens, that's just what happens. Otherwise, we'll just basically get the Alliance finals in as soon as we're ready to do that. But for now, we will be switching to Archon, and I think SC Steel will be coming in and talking a little bit and helping me out with the first round of Archon, which will be awesome. Glad to have her in here. So we will see you in just a few more minutes. They're doing deck checks now, so it will take a little bit more time before we are ready to go. I'll update the timer on that. Sit tight, and we will be back. Hello and welcome back. I'm here with the amazing SC Steele. You all know her more than you know me at this point. Sydney, welcome in. Very glad you could be here
Super
with
excited.
us. They just started the round. I was on here for a minute to say that we're doing the Archon top 8, so let's get into this and I'll let you talk through the players and decks while I get the notes finished up.
Awesome. So right now, Gorlami is playing a mass mutation deck, and Unfab is playing a Grim Reminders deck. So there's Dexter is playing a Grim Reminders deck, and this is going to be a really good matchup. And I know a lot of people in top 8 right now are actually playing mirror matches, people that they've played previously in this event. So that's going to be interesting to see if some people can have good comebacks today.
Did you ask if this was a mirror match?
Oh, I did not. I don't think this one is, but I know 2 others sitting out there right now are playing people that they've played previously.
Interesting. Okay, timer is up, and we can see the game now. So, did you play either of these players in Archons?
I did not. I ended up not doing super well. I did end up losing in Archon. I lost to both Z and Dan on fraud. So everybody else, unfortunately, I went off early and got the win real quick. So didn't get to see much of what other people's decks actually did. But that's Grim Reminders right now.
I have been saying that game against Sheep was actually on stream.
Yeah.
Some very interesting stuff in that game. One of the favorites that I've actually highlighted from this weekend, just because of like using the Diplomat to actually blow up the board and to keep him from getting the value from that graft. It's awesome. I love that play.
Thank you. That was a lot of fun.
All right, so we are starting off Gorlami getting a what is that one called?
Is that Fission Bloom?
Yes, Fission Bloom.
Yeah.
Fission Bloom.
Gotta know by the art.
And then we've got Starline's a very early near future lens for Dexter here, and so we're probably gonna know most of Dexter's hand for the match now, just as we see those come up with a near future lens.
I think Gorlami has a way to get rid of it, but he may not if it helps him see what Dexter's playing.
I don't know if I know Gorlami's this deck super well.
It's basically value, mass mutation pips. He's probably digging for a Chronos right now, and being able to use that Fission Bloom early is incredible.
Yeah, I do. I think he actually did show me this. I remember 3 Infernus.
Oh, yeah.
Which we haven't seen, I think, a single Infernus played so far this entire weekend. So we're about to see a lot of them.
Absolutely. And he has Recursion in there too, so it's going to be rough.
Going to play
as well. So we saw Infallible draw a bunch of the Geistoid, and we see that coming out now. I don't think he's haunted yet, so that in here somewhere we saw him draw. Probably not going to get a ton of value.
Well, getting him haunted is always, the fact that in here somewhere literally does either getting you haunted or pulling something out is amazing.
We do have there the Holiday Festival first. I don't know how close this will get him, but it should be pretty close. Okay, here's our chat as well. Sorry, we're low tech today, but Archon's Corner. This is top 8 of Archon. So we did switch over again, talking through just the logistics. We have the same player who is in the finals of Alliance and in the top 8 of Archon. So we're basically going to do Archon until that player
is eliminated.
Or is in the finals.
Or is in the finals.
So that we can try to get other people out of here, because again, Sunday is always that travel day.
Right.
People want to get home, especially for the holiday tomorrow if they have the day off and want to spend it with family and everything. So
yeah, it's another Roseville situation where somebody with Gorlami made it to all 3 top 8s. So
which is, I think Dexter actually did too.
Oh,
so this is our 2 most successful, like, just overall players from the 3 formats now heading off against each other here. So Gorlami again won the sealed, so he's already kind of got his he already had his Vault Warrior title.
That's
from
true,
last
but he
year.
has the World's Invite now.
He's got the World's Invite for sealed, but could win a second World's Invite here.
The more he wins, the more he's eaten up, because he can only accept one of them.
Yeah. So we've got the.
So we're going into Dis right now.
Infallible, did he play? I don't think he played the in here somewhere.
No, I
so
did
just
not see
hold
that.
On to that for
right.
some value.
Well, he probably. I'm surprised he didn't, because if he had, the more he has in his archives Infernus, the more likely Gorlami is to Infernus things.
And this Infernus, it just does so many things. It's really hard to have a deck that does enough against Grim Reminders to make Infernus worthwhile. But
he knows his stuff. Like as you can see right now, the first thing he took out, not a pip. He is going for value. He is going to try and disrupt Dexter's plan more than get him off keys.
And that Grim Reaper being a big one, because it's a way for Dexter to remove, to purge the Infernuses from Gorlami's deck. So that is out of the way. but also affecting that haunted state. So if Dexter was hoping to go into Geistoid next turn, he does have the Dexter, which can fight to then mill cards for both players, but it's not the optimal play, right? You want to be doing other stuff and get that in here somewhere valuable. So.
And also, you don't necessarily want to take some of those off the board. I mean, maybe the Daughter, but like in Furnace, he does, Gorlami does have ways to recur that.
Grim Reminder, I think?
Yeah. And so if you take the Bonesaw off the board and it can come and play ready next turn, like, and there's a lot of things you got to think about. And Webster, you kind of want it in there to protect the two around it.
So we see the Near Future Lens playing the lead with a discard pip, but we don't know
He's
what
not
house he's called
haunted.
yet.
He's not haunted, so that he can't pull anything out.
But that is another Lee on top, so we'll see the third one coming out pretty soon.
That's unfortunate for Dexter because having all three early when you're not haunted, not going to help him.
And the discard or the wording on Lee is a little bit unfortunate because the discard pip does not help you when he checks whether he enters play ready. I butchered saying that, but the discard pip doesn't help you to make yourself haunted for him to enter play ready because that is actually checked first.
Interesting. Good to know. Capture to ooh.
Officer
Okay.
Palik is an awesome comic, isn't he?
Yes,
Just so much
fantastic.
utility.
And I can see why he protected it with Webster. I think there's a handful of
Yeah.
capture in that deck.
All right, let's get some scooching up the board here. 3 power. He's in
Star Alliance.
He's in Star Alliance. Is he? That looks purple. Might just be kind of the edge of the camera. I guess Star Alliance is kind of purple.
Oh, that's true. You're right. He did play the Lee off of the Near Future Lens, so he is not in Star Alliance. He's in Geistoid. And fighting.
Did he?
He just fought with the Webster to fight.
Garcia, though?
No. It looks like the Infomorph
Both discard one.
got 4 damage on him to mill 4.
Repeat defect.
Ooh, and milling
Ooh,
that Infernus.
Infernus gone.
There's a discombobulator too. I don't know that Dexter does a lot of stealing. He doesn't have the Equidon house, which we've seen doing lots of work.
Totally.
Sealed especially.
I'm haunted now.
And now, the fact that though the other Infernus is now in the discard pile means that Gorlami might want to get his first Infernus off the board just so that he can not finish with you both of them.
Ooh, and we do see the in here somewhere on top of the deck and that Touchstone Reaping to draw it, as well as a Tangy Mangy. Everything getting revealed, of course, because of the Near Future Lens.
My dark lamp.
Board's getting big. That's going to be a problem for Gorlami.
Yeah, I was just going to ask if you know how much creature control he has. Oh, that's the... I don't know if you've heard about this. This is
Light control.
Drazcor and I's dance party that we're having. It's the
Love it.
slow motion rave. Just
Love it.
every 5 minutes the hands have to go up. But he rocks in his chair a lot more than I do. So it's just me.
Oh, there you
It's
go.
just turning off all the time.
Totally.
Just a statue.
We should just have Dan do some dancing. That'd be great.
So the joke all weekend has been doing the Home Alone, where you have like the strings, and you're
Oh,
just like
yes.
making him dance, or you got like a little train that's
Absolutely.
moving him around.
Love
But,
it.
I don't know if we answered the question from Wookie on there. Sheep is wearing
Oh, yeah, a bandana.
Texas bandana, UT, because we are in Texas and you have to assimilate.
Thanks to Dave for donating the bandana
In here somewhere.
to Dan for this weekend.
So in here somewhere, didn't quite catch the archive. Sorry, we were distracting.
Oh,
I
and
was
look for
distracting
it.
things.
There we go.
Protective Playmate.
All right.
So we know. Oh, so he did. It was a Geistoid turn, so that's how the Protective Playmate came in.
PR guys.
That should have. It has taunt always, right? It just
Yes.
either has elusive or +6 power.
Yes.
So it
So
should still be pushed forward for the taunt.
it
but-
should.
Though I don't know that Gorlami does a ton of fighting.
This has
We'll see. If he's low on creature control, though.
There you go.
Yeah.
And especially because protecting that Lee.
Yeah.
Once he gets haunted, those are going to be ridiculous.
Dexter going to check that turn as well. Going to be forcing some decisions from Gorlami. Gorlami, I think, has some decent amber control. Again,
Oh,
we've
yeah.
seen Infernus. I don't know about the Logos.
All value. So it has a lot of pips. It has a Chronos in there. Gorlami really hasn't gotten going yet.
I do see the Untamed. The Untamed does have 2 Pismires. I remember that. So
Yeah.
those will do the taxing. Again, the GR deck having probably no mutants, so those
Right.
Pismires can come down as the
Oh,
only thing on the board
KeyFrog.
and still be taxing.
Oh, I do remember playing this deck. I did play against Gorlami because I played Ecto Charge in a turn, and then I played BR Geist on his KeyFrog, and I Winds of Death it. So I ended up, unfortunately, beating Gorlami with his own KeyFrog. But yeah, no, the value overall in his deck is insane. It is a great mass mutations deck.
So chat's saying one of the cards archived was probably the other Wii, which we did see get discarded. It's milled at some point.
Yeah.
So Gorlami
Now
stopping.
Dexter is not on check because Pismire is out there.
This guy is +6 power.
But putting out KeyFrog is interesting when it could just be killed without getting any value out of it.
I mean, Gorlami on no amber right now. It's kind of just like
Emptying his hand to keep going.
yeah, emptying his hand and sort of. You just gotta start whittling away at this board until you kind of slowly gain the control over the match with the Infernuses. So it's kind of this turning the corner, which is what we actually saw from Gorlami's deck last night too against Dave and
Sure.
Seal. His deck was much slower, but once it hit that one kind of point in the game, the whole game shifted towards him having the advantage, and this will probably look that way too.
And also now with 4 untamed creatures out there, not being able to steal to cost more, there's a lot of value, but also reaping.
Yeah.
Like there's an issue that Dexter has to deal with.
So we're seeing an unfathomable call. Is that what it is?
Yeah, so he exhausted his mire.
This goes to discard.
Or
New future lens. Play color.
it's so hard to tell what house he's playing when he's got the
Near future lens.
because I think the Event Horizon was played, but maybe that was played by the lens. I don't know.
Yeah, so we're in Star Alliance, you're right. I think he just played Sand Scanner.
So second call of the Void though, killing the
Oh,
his
yeah,
Mire. There's no
because he was
amber.
exhausted.
There's no amber to blow up by because of that, but
This
Top 2 cards.
Amber Gen,
So
Gorlami's got to do something about that.
yeah, this is gonna be a problem.
Making him pay more for keys is one thing, but if Dexter could just keep making the amber.
Dark mode is nice. That's what we'll call it. We're the Windows dark mode.
Love it. That's amazing. Everything is better in dark mode.
We need something to remind us, or to make us believe we're not in a closet. There's not as much air circulation in here. We're kind of shut off. We can't see anyone else.
Everybody's forgotten we existed. This is our little corner.
So
Yeah, he's in Star Alliance, and we're
I'm going to discard.
just piling on the amber. He's at,
This is the top card
let's
of
see
my
if we
deck.
can count that. I see at least 10.
Then serving goes to this
10, yeah, it's
He's got him stacked a little bit, so tough to tell. And
Ooh, Gorlami just looked at his Archon card, probably trying to see if there was anything he can get rid of with the Infernus.
Play retro technician.
He has a third one in there, right?
Play ready since I'm on.
oh, the lead come down. So again, that was one of the archives from the in here somewhere. Really, man, that near future lens
Yeah, crazy.
has done
Absolutely
so much.
In an ember.
beautiful. Like, you hard mull for that in the beginning, even if they have artifact control. But if you are the opponent, you hard mull for artifact control.
Which again, I can't remember. I know it's up on one of the discords, all the top 8 decks. I can't remember if Gorlami's has artifact control or not. There might be a reclaim by nature, but that's the only thing in mass mutation.
Do you think he has one? I don't remember. But I guess he could be digging for that too.
Question is if it's going to come in time, right? We've got 2
Yeah.
Lees on the board, so more creatures coming back from the discard.
Wow.
Tangler.
And also, all of the creatures on the board for Dexter are either Star Alliance or Geistoid. So putting that into just 2 houses is an incredible set of options. Oh, there's an
Another
Unfound.
one.
With an Amber Pip on that too, and
Yeah.
like Immersion Year. So, yeah, I mean,
See it to use.
I don't know if Gorlami has a Savage Clash or a Gateway. If he doesn't, this is looking pretty rough. We also have to deal with this pile of Amber. And another creature or upgrade coming back from his walls here.
I'm gonna choose to not return anything.
On top of all of that, he needs to try and get his own momentum going, because right now, I mean, his whole thing is, oh, fought into the KeyFrog, no key. His whole thing is getting a lot of value out of his cards, but with archiving and drawing and purging your opponent, you're not making any amber yourself.
Which again is okay if you can get to that point where you
Right.
stabilize, but there's so much pressure from Dexter here.
Also, almost all the way through his deck already. Like,
That's
that
the
went
other-
from 0 to 60.
The other thing that Lens has done is he's just Yeah. it's a good card.
Although once he flips, the leads are a little less helpful, but I mean, all of his creatures are almost already on the board, so.
So these are interesting, right? Because they don't come in ready if you're not haunted, but their effect still goes, right? They still bring creatures back.
Oh
even if you're
yeah, you're right.
And I'm in check at 3.
not. Justin does have a reclaim. Okay, so got a chance of dealing with that, but again, the question is it
Is
too
it
late?
worth it? Yeah, right now to focus on the near future lens. Got a board clear or amber control.
So
Ooh,
going into Logos. Get some pips happening here.
Yes.
So,
Okay.
so pipped up Chronos, it has 1 amber and 1 draw on it, so he'll get to
Double amber, double draw.
and double archive.
Ooh, there's a question going on. Maybe he's asking if he gets a double archive.
Next time you play a
Oh,
card.
looking up a ruling.
You
Whoa.
resolve the amber, resolve the draw, then you have the option to resolve the
Ooh,
Chronos
only 1
archive.
amber.
I don't know if they're doing like. Yeah, I'm not sure what the question would be here. We can't. I think you all watching might be able to hear them a little bit better than we can. If there is a table mic.
Oh, if he has to do them in order.
I actually think
The amber, first amber, draw, and then archive, and
Well,
then
Yeah, so that's the big one, right? It's
Yeah.
the draw then archive, draw then archive instead of draw archive archive.
right.
then draw, then draw.
There's a confirmation. No reclaim, no adjusted. So not even an option.
It really doesn't change much, but
Just have to live with it.
some potential logistics.
I think, I mean, there's a chance he could try and catch up. At this point in time, Dexter has 0 forged keys. So if he flips through or Gorlami tries to like race, because Dexter hasn't been doing much to get rid of Gorlami's strategy.
I was like,
You have a confirmation. No board clears.
wanna kill him.
Gorlami's deck as well. So I mean, he has to have come up against this before, right?
Right.
He's been playing this deck.
Ooh,
That Skippy Time Hog
That
is
is amazing.
huge.
Oh my gosh, that's fantastic.
Yeah, that's a very, very big card there. I don't know if he's got. I mean, we know he's got some recursion in this, but that doesn't mean you're playing it the same turn.
But also, like I said, so Dexter's gonna get a key, and then Gorlami, all he has to do is continue racing through. If he can get back to that key frog and cheat for the third key to
That's
get
true.
ahead, like he's not actually out of this. That Skippy is, and also now with both decks being so thin, we're going to be recurring a lot of the actions and all of the non-sticky cards.
Very interesting too. Like, there's so many creatures in Dexter's deck. So those Infernuses, like, they are going to be good, but it's going to take more time to see that effect because you're not hitting Amber pips. And
Right.
that means like Dexter kind of just needs to generate Amber with his creatures, and slowing this turn down of doing that could be really, really big for Gorlami. Again, not being able to use creatures
Right.
this turn means Gorlami next turn can maybe fight off some of these.
And honestly, he should use his Skippy, maybe fight with it, get it killed, try and get back into it as quickly as possible.
Before he reshuffles, right? Because
Yeah.
he's getting close. Did want to shout out as well. We can't see him right now. Dexter has the ABR 9 sleeves. We've seen a lot of good sleeves this weekend.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Some really good ones, but the ABR ones,
I've been rocking the Wookiee sleeves this
we
weekend.
did get to see that.
Yep.
There was one time, I don't remember who it was, but there was just one right here just staring at us for like half the match because it was the drop pile, right? And it's
That's
just,
amazing.
It's just so good.
Oh, and it's funny too with near future lens, you don't actually get to see the sleeve a lot.
Yeah. Just sad. But ABR League, always a good one. Always putting out some
Absolutely.
good prizes too. The art from those have always been fantastic.
It's yes, absolutely. Good shout out to ABR because like this week is sealed and a lot of people have been talking about their games and trying to get them in, and it's one thing we couldn't do in person here because they were sealed.
Yeah. When I get home later.
Good luck with that.
Yeah. Hopefully they're still awake.
I am super interested to see what's going on right now because they're not interacting with the board.
Yeah, I don't know if they're just checking through discards or have we even.
BR guys.
Okay, so Dexter has
Oh,
been
BR.
deciding
Yeah,
what to
BR
do
guys.
this turn. BR Geist.
Guys, I play BR
Another
guys.
one of those cards. It's just so strong.
And also, it's so hard.
This flip.
I can't tell if
I will
both are haunted. Yeah, it looks like so. Dexter's haunted. He's about to flip.
He barely was not
Yeah,
haunted
right.
because it has a drop hip on there, so he's lucky he had one more card under that one.
Wow.
So now, while
I
you're
think
gone, two keys cost
that is an
+3.
unfathomable creature.
Discard.
Big Dog always watching. Yeah, I do think unless he gets called away, Marcus is just sitting up at our table 1 right now.
Mm-hmm.
Discard again.
And Gorlami also has a ton of creatures, so he might not very often be haunted
Discard
either.
Echo Fly.
Yeah, so BR Geist on the Tangy Mangy.
And Echo Fly to archive the BR Geist, discarding that for the scrap
Display it in
effect.
here somewhere.
Yeah, so interesting.
And then I can
The scrap effects are just so interesting how they interact with the older control cards, right? Like
Yeah.
even things like stealth mode, you can kind of get around with just discarding the cards.
Yeah.
in here
And
somewhere. We'll discard.
I can bet that Gorlami isn't haunted because Dexter should have BR Geisted the KeyFrog.
Should draw an additional.
Ooh,
mini turn.
yeah, that would have been.
That is
That would've
something
been
you
a
have to
pretty
be
interesting play
afraid
there.
of in against GR nowadays.
Yeah, what it would have been really nasty is if he had space next to a taunt to put it there, because I don't think he's got a way to kill it this turn unless we see
It's just you can't do it.
Winds of Death. We
Well,
know
but
Winds of Death is
once you
better, right?
have 7 Amber, it doesn't actually matter because you're taking it away from your opponent. You're also like you're going to forge if you get it, and then it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So only a little bit more Amber, and you could have a second key
So
after a key
sixth
draw.
card that I'm drawing.
Got the shuffle there. You do see it.
Corrode.
I don't know if Gorlami has other artifacts he really cares about too much.
Yeah, but that
And
Vision
here we go.
Bloom.
I am check at
Vision Bloom
3,
could be going.
6, 9 Amber.
Check at 9. There is the Titan Engineer. Making key
He
cost
did
up
pay
to
7 for his first key.
Yeah, so a little bit of slowdown for Gorlami. Probably would love to see another Ismire come down. Or yeah, would love to be able to replay Skippy here, but again, I don't think his deck has a way to do that. I know he's got some other disruption in disc, things like Mind Fires and
Yes,
stuff. but-
we haven't seen a lot of. So we had one turn in Untamed, and I think that we're the Fandangle's not out, and that would have been insane during the Skippy and Time Hog turn. But you can't do both because they're in different houses,
Yeah. And
and I don't really think neither are actually doing much to fight off the other's board.
tough thing here too, that Protective Playmate, so since it flipped, the Protective Playmate is now elusive. So
It's even harder to get off.
even though your creatures have skirmish, you're still just going to be working, or at least some of the creatures have skirmish because of the Trimble.
Yeah.
You still have to work pretty hard to get rid of that, just so you can kill the Lees, just so you can purge them, just so you can slowly make this board smaller. Because right now, if you kill anything else, the Lees are just going to
Just gonna bring them back. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, he should have had a right to see the card, but I mean, they, you know,
He could have been announcing it.
yeah, Dexter's been pretty good showing those cards and everything, and I think, yeah, I think they're doing this pretty well. Both these players, again, having a pretty great weekend and both very
Definitely.
technically sound players.
A lot of clean play this weekend. It's been pretty great all around,
Yeah.
on stream, off stream. Everybody's doing the right thing.
I had to yell at Dave because his Amber was too hard to see.
Oh,
it's,
no.
Because it's see-through, and so he put it on his Archon card on top of like the houses, and then it just looks like circles on top of circles.
That
and
is
it's just
so
like,
funny.
I have no idea how much you have.
Oh my gosh.
Ketzer, yeah, this is the thing. This is two massive boards duking it out. Again, that Skippy Time Hog being really, really crucial for
Last
Gorlami
turn, yeah.
last turn, but now he's got to decide what to do to try and get back in this because he is still down a key and 9 Amber.
There have been so many new players here this weekend too. I'm very, very happy to have been teaching people while we were playing some of the interactions that their cards did on their own side, and it's been a pretty fantastic weekend.
I did hear one sad story from that of a player learning about the Ecto Charge errata midway through the game.
Midway through playing Ecto.
Yeah. But even just from our local group up in Austin, we had several, not necessarily new players, but new to Evoltu or anything. And
Yeah.
it sounds like a really fun weekend for everyone. So yeah, it's
Yeah.
been
I had an opponent of mine played 2 Mehmets and then Winds of Death, and didn't know that he archived total archives of 4 that whole turn. Like he just thought it was 2 archives, and then was very pleased to learn he got 2 more.
so we see
Ooh, Song of the Wild.
One of the Wild, but
So-
Ismire is down, so the key is technically 9 for Dexter. We'll see if Gorlami just goes for the tax, or if he has some.
Tries to prevent it.
I guess an Untamed. I don't know if we have another.
I think he has another Pismire in that deck.
Is it 3? So we've seen 1. I don't know if he has a way to recur. What is it? The Resurgence? I don't remember if he's got Resurgence or not. I know there's a Lost in the Woods,
Yeah.
which could hit those leads.
Yes.
Just to kind of.
And Infernus. That would be great.
And your Infernus.
But although you wouldn't put the Pismire down first if you had it in hand.
Simply playing Hysteria right now would be pure chains. That is true, but unfortunately, no Hysterias.
Nice. Oh, that is a burst. Song of the
Yeah.
Wild and then Ghost Talking.
Yeah, not bad.
Getting back in it over here.
Gorlami 2 has had a daughter out pretty much every turn of this
Yeah.
game, so
Neither has done much about the other's board.
Yeah.
It's very interesting to me. It's not even that much of a solitaire game because they have to consider what the other is doing. They're just choosing not to deal with the other's board.
there's that Lost
There
in the
it
Woods.
is.
So we'll see what the targeting is here. I can see it just being both of your disc creatures if you're Gorlami, and then, I mean, take your
Or-
pick.
Yeah, right? The Skippy. I can see the Skippy going, yes.
Skippy and the Infernus would make sense. We don't know, like you said, don't think Gorlami is haunted, but a few fights could make Gorlami haunted, so you
Yeah.
might be thinking about hitting that Tanky Mangy as well to
Yep.
get rid of that taxing.
Absolutely.
So,
You called the Infernus. That's
Yeah.
going back in. And there isn't much left in that deck. That's going to be seen very soon.
oh, getting rid of the protective playmate so his other
Oh,
mutants
can-
are good to fight.
That's genius.
It's tough because they could also each reap for 2 because
Yeah.
you played the Song of the Wild.
Oh, good point. Maybe-
Killing those Lees.
yes.
It's a moral victory, if nothing.
The problem with those guys, they're amazing because you get one out and you get the other 2.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, so one of them's purged, right? So
Oh, yep,
the
that's
other
true.
2 going in discard right now could give Gorlami just that one turn chance to get the other 2 purged, which would really slow down this board from redeveloping.
Although getting them, so the fact that this went back into the deck, I'm not surprised he picked other cards. Because then if he fights into the Lees and they go into the discard pile, they're not coming back anytime soon.
Oh yeah, good catch. He did that in very good order.
If-
Gorlami knows what he's doing.
Oh yeah, right?
Very
Like, wouldn't be
practiced with
here.
this deck.
Wouldn't be here if he didn't. There are 2 other untamed on the board. It's either 4 Amber or 2 dead creatures. Oh, we're fighting. Yep.
Okay, and you got rid of the dark lamps.
I guess yeah. There is a return on Amber there.
Yeah, and skirmish again because of that Trimble. Gorlami will be taxing himself for 7 with a Titan Engineer there, but I think you have to do that against the amount of Amber generation.
Yeah,
Dexter's been
he had so many good options to hit with the Lost, and if he doesn't leave the Titan out there, then Dexter isn't paying 7 either.
so either one more fight or.
A reap for 2.
But again, just what you were saying, if you don't fight this lead off, it just reaps and brings back to that one, and then that reaps and brings back another. Except he's not haunted right now, so it won't come in ready.
There's not much in his own discard pile, but oh, attention man.
Yeah, so,
Yep.
oh, so you do the G instead of E.
Oh,
I
yeah.
never know. There's KeyForge. Who knows
Oh,
how to
I
pronounce
love
things?
listening to people pronounce things that I've been doing in an entirely different way. It's great.
It pains me sometimes. I'm too much of a, and I don't know if they're correct or not, but I say things the way I say them, and I think they're right.
I love it. Tangy Mangy, we're there. I got you.
That one I actually got from someone I play with. I think I used to say it Tangy Mangy,
That's funny.
but they keep saying it that way. So I guess what I just said is a lie then, if I'm picking up other people's habits. So
Great turn for Gorlami, but Dexter's gonna forge his second key.
for all 9 Amber though, so
Yeah. Though you just going into Star Alliance, he has 5 reaps on the board with taxing effects of his own and recursion and
yeah, so actually this is a question for Dexter here. If you do go into Star Alliance, do you bring back the other lead or
no,
the
definitely.
Tangy?
Yeah, definitely Tangy Mangy.
No, it just messed you up. We're
Yep,
just
yep. Working it
gonna
here.
struggle the rest of the time.
And to be fair, Grim Reaper, is that Grim Reaper on the top? With a
That's his purge pile.
Oh, okay, okay.
It made it so I think Gorlami's looking at the Archon card right now. Normally it'd be on top of that,
Gotcha. That makes sense.
which is again a big hit for Gorlami to be able to get that early in the game.
And hopefully so, Gorlami, if he has the Infernus in hand, that's Amber control. If he got the Skippy, that could prevent it next turn. But I don't know what Dexter could possibly have in hand that should prevent him from picking Star Alliance and reaping out.
Seance King, unless you can get haunted, isn't really doing much here. But I mean, you're taxing with the Garcia.
have some dumb things I can
again,
do.
being able to use the lead, you've got the Palak for a capture. So actually, can you almost... Gorlami's on 9.
It would make it cost 2 more and then capture 1. So if he has anything in his hand that gets 1 more
I
amber,
don't know if it's worth it.
Pretty easy
or
stuff.
lead to the Tangy.
Yeah.
Tangamanga? Yeah.
Kill some stuff.
I'm so sorry. I never should have said anything. If it was an Equidon card where it's just like no one knows how to
Oh
pronounce
no.
these, we just
Or
make it up.
Mars. Mars are my favorite ones. Love those. That's yep.
Shenanigans.
Totally.
Which is fun.
So,
But
Chief Engineer
it also
Wolves
made it tricky. We were
is
talking
going
about
to fight
putting
this Ghost Hawk.
the like closed captions on here, and I was like, that's kind of iffy when I'm pronouncing Equidon cards.
Equidon cards. Absolutely.
Sergeant Ray.
That's a much worse word than what it's showing on there, or than what I said. So we see
Interesting. A fight into Ghost Hawk.
with the
That guy.
Walls, I think. Yeah. Oh, he's
just trying to clear the board.
playing. Oh no, he must have played something because he's fighting with multiple different.
The Rhea came down next to the Immersioneer there, so the Immersioneer.
They're fighting so they can.
Oh.
That's a genius move. Oh my gosh, it's board clearing. Because
Because
he's.
Rhea's not a play effect, it's
It's
just
just-
its neighbors can be used.
Wow.
How have I never?
That's so cool.
I've never thought about that. Way to go, Dexter. That's awesome.
This is
Teaching us
amazing.
KeyForge.
And he has to pick his targets carefully though, because if the creature doesn't die, then Rhea doesn't move. And some of these are real powerful still.
So, clearing.
Skirmish maker.
Yeah,
guy.
clearing Gorlami's board. Don't know how much that helps
And
if
now we will choose.
because if the Censor Chief died, then he's not taxing. So Gorlami is gonna get a key. Ooh, Webster didn't die. They're just flipping there.
Yeah,
oh, but now
so-
Rhea's under taunt though, so
Rhea's under taunt and Dexter's now haunted, so that we can come back. So actually, a really good
That was-
hit with
yeah.
the, Webster, getting it to discard 7
There we go. That's what we
to
want.
get himself haunted. We do see an Infernus getting thrown in the discard there by
Now we
discard
will
on Gorlami's.
activate.
that was the one he shuffled back in. So we
Play.
don't know if he has another one left in the deck. Oh, Event Horizon. Ooh, this will be fun. Let's
He's
see.
doing fine getting himself haunted anyways.
Play that.
Hitting a Call of the Void, so that's just going to be an exhaust. And
Interesting. Let's see if he gets to 6 this turn. I didn't see this line, and it was a beautiful move, but he definitely could have gotten to 6 if he just reaped out.
so we don't know what's in hand. There could be. So we know we've got a lead, second lead, and then the Palak, so that gets us to 5. If there's anything else in hand, he might be able to get to 6. But if he doesn't, well, I guess the Titan Engineer is still on board, so 6 isn't checking.
Yeah.
So 1 turn of like breathing room for Gorlami could be really big here.
Especially if he redrew into that Skippy. That's going to be a great next turn, so we can go into Logos, Fish and Bloom, and then Dis after that. All the Infernus already got popped, so
That affects.
flipping his deck is going to be important too.
So we see the first lead come back. Talking through something here. I'm not quite sure if there's some gesturing.
Ooh, it looks like he tried to bring it back, and then he's looking through his discard pile, probably for what the other Lee is going to get.
So it's actually kind of tricky here. The Tenjin,
Right.
that guy, Tanjimanji, taxes above Gorlami's current amber, so he would actually not forge instead of blowing up the amber.
Interesting. Well, let's see if he goes for that. 'cause
Since it's first key, I don't think that's the worst.
yeah, but if he gives it to him, there's always the chance that he can burst enough to get that 3rd key off of KeyFrog. So,
That's a good call. I think that makes sense. Blowing up amber is probably a better way to go against
Play
him.
Darkland.
and to be fair, getting to 6, I think is the most important.
So
Always
he
be checking.
Brings back a dark lamp.
Capture 1.
Capture 1.
Want to use a non-star alliance creature? We're gonna use him. Doesn't do anything.
Using the sands.
We're gonna reap with Calm Officer Palak.
Okay, so we're gonna capture both and then do this tax for 7. So Gorlami, at this point,
Yeah.
will forge. Dexter is not at check. And Gorlami with a small space again to maybe take out these leaves and try and purge them.
And Spellmaster.
Discarding or
This is drawing for the
Oh, yeah,
lens.
there you
so we've
go.
got a
I have
what is that guy called?
He's currently
That the
cost
Immersion
7 because
or the Wiccola is the small
Yeah,
one.
that's the Nicolia.
Wiccola, yeah.
I'm not gonna do it again. And then the Oh, what is that guy's name?
Memorizing the art is just, it comes so naturally that when I don't know the name of a card because of the art, it's surprising.
Well, that's one of those ones that you almost never play it because the discard effect is almost just as good. It's one of the best arts in the set, I think. It's really cool.
Absolutely.
It's on the playmat. No, Hoofmaster's from DT.
Gorlami going Dis, probably to get the Infernuses back into his 1 or 2 card deck.
Yeah.
The only one.
So,
And, ooh, okay, Corrode?
and that'll be a steal.
Nice.
Yeah, so we know he has the Grim Reminder, so lots of options because basically everything is in his discard now except
Right.
for just a couple cards.
Oh, good. Okay.
Well, I guess we haven't seen if he's dropped Grim Reminder. It might have been discarded. I might have missed that.
Yeah, and I guess there's a card or 2 left in his deck. Oh, Event Horizon, okay, and the Pip.
So dealing with some Amber here
Yeah,
instead
right.
of the creatures is fair.
Totally.
You want to slow the pace of the game down a little bit.
But again, with Dexter 4 Star Alliance on the board, and with the Rhea trick that he pulled before, Gorlami now knows it can happen. Dexter showed his hand, so
Let me check if I'm on.
Yeah, that's true. That's 2 creatures right there that could be.
11 Amber, so I
Oh, I think Golami's got some implosions.
oh, nice.
We
nice,
do see
nice.
the.
Oh, so he's probably
Soulkeeper?
gonna implode the Infernus.
Yep.
Yeah, and then shuffle them back in. This is a great turn for Gorlami.
Yeah.
He might even get to 6 here because of the captured Amber.
Webster does because of the Soul Keeper.
Yeah, and that will kill the Dexter as well because of the Soulkeeper there. So nice double value. Ordering of the discard.
Super excited for what this next card's gonna be.
Grim
Yeah,
Reminder.
all right,
Ooh.
all right.
The cheek of playing Grim Reminder against a Grim Reminder's This is the original.
That's amazing. Yeah, it's the OG over here.
With a drop hip on there too, which is actually super
Ooh,
scary. 'cause
yeah.
He's got to have like.
Enough
2
in
cards
deck.
left in
Yeah,
deck.
right? Oh my gosh.
What do you call it? I would assume it's the Dis, right?
Yeah, it has to be. Unless Skippy's in there, but the board isn't scary anymore. Dexter got rid of his own board.
Tamed.
Ooh, Amber Control. Maybe he has another song. Oh, KeyFrog. He needs the KeyFrog.
KeyFrog makes sense.
He has the only way he's going to win is if he gets enough Amber on the next turn to get 2 keys.
And you've got the taxing with the 2 Pace Myers. You've got
Yep.
some draw pips in there as well, I think. But the Ghost Hawk is also important because now it's saying kill my other creatures, including this Brabble, which wants to reap and steal.
Yep.
But also there's 2 Song of the Wild. I don't know if we've seen the other one
We
get
have,
discarded.
I haven't seen the second one come out, so it's either it could be in his hand, it could be in the draw pile, which is going to be his hand, and he's flipping.
He's flipping.
So Dexter's looking through because you know what? Top deck, another Song of the Wild.
Oh, okay.
This is pretty awesome
I
comeback
know,
so far. Like nothing's
right?
settled yet, but from what it looked like 3 turns ago to now, it looks like way more of a close game.
Right, absolutely.
Whereas if you walked in, like Katsu was saying, what have I walked into? It
And
just looked like a mess.
I think Dexter would be a little less worried about what Gorlami is doing if he had his own key cheat in his own deck. I don't think we're going to see a key forged on Dexter's next turn.
A lot of untamed
So
stuff.
he definitely has to get to 6. And then maybe try and do some board control.
You see, and Dexter probably used up a lot of his Star Alliance cards, so if you're doing Star Alliance, you're just using the board
Yep.
and what you have with the Near Future Lens, which is in here somewhere.
Yeah.
It's not bad,
Okay, you mind?
but it's not dealing with his
Right.
board.
Yep, that makes sense.
Gorlami does have a tall order if he has to make that much amber on Dexter to get 2 keys.
Dexter is down to, is it 3 Amber or 2?
I see
Can't quite
3.
tell.
Yeah, I think. Oh no, it's 2. That's not. Yeah, that's part of that.
That's
I
just
think
the art
that's
of
art.
Grim Reaper?
Yeah.
Alright, so we're gonna go into Geistway.
Yeah, almost looks like a different game now. It's
Right?
changed drastically.
That swing. I think Dexter blowing up his own board might have hurt him.
And JB on there saying he probably drew the Skippy on that redraw as well.
Oh yeah.
So we've got a
BR Geist. Yeah, but Gorlami just flipped. That would have been taking that key frog away from Gorlami would have been crucial.
Let's see if Dexter is haunted. He probably is at this point, right?
Yeah.
Especially with how many things got killed.
Yep. Absolutely.
By him.
Yeah, right?
He killed them, but
Maybe he knows his deck better than us, obviously. So maybe being haunted was important enough to kill his own creatures off for.
I mean, I think he just wanted to show off the Rhea. Like that was so cool.
It's
Just
such
like
a good trick.
popcorn.
Oh yeah. No, I think we're going to be seeing more of that in the future because he did it.
I'm
Oh yeah,
For
right.
sure.
Totally.
Well, because the temptation with Ray is always to discard. It's just like, oh, I get a free read.
Yep, absolutely.
like, that's
Or
great.
when you put it out there, maybe it doesn't have other cards from other houses, so it has to be out there. You don't think about it, and then in the future, you can do it on a future turn as long as she's already out there.
So we see that Webster getting pulled back out, and I think like Dexter sees that as a very important piece of his deck to make himself haunted.
Yes.
Which again is a really cool like use of that card. That's what the card is probably there for. But like I've never tried that hard to make it a piece of what I'm doing.
Absolutely. And he's playing in here somewhere.
Ooh, good call. The
no.
time might be an issue in this game.
Ooh. Oh yeah, because if it went to time right now, Dexter wins.
Daughter do damage to itself.
That was an energy vampirism. So Dexter could not go into time on purpose to go to time, but playing for time because that's where they are in the game.
I've got an in here somewhere, which Konami has not been able to purge.
Yes.
I think either of those. I think that we've seen two in the
Yes.
deck. VR Geist and
Energy vampirism. Yeah, he's just trying to keep him off key. Trying to keep him to...
Doing what Geistoid does. Just
I do think if Gorlami gets a turn and he gets to a second key and can burst, he might be in a good position for going to time rules if he can get the key frog to
the
go
Echo
off.
Fly discarding to also archive that in here somewhere. Top of the deck should be flipped for Dexter. I'm sure they'll get to that, but the second in here somewhere.
Getting
they
another
should
Geistoid
be
card.
checking how many cards he's got in discard there to make sure he is actually still haunted.
That, yeah, I see what you're saying
Probably
there.
is. Bleach in here some. Well,
Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Play LDR Trigon.
Yeah, he could still be haunted
he archived 4, but also placed 3 cards in.
into his discard.
I
Yeah.
mean, Geist. Sorry.
Or no, he archived 5. He archived 5 on his 2 because the Echo Fly
Went into his
replaced it here
yeah.
somewhere. So interesting.
Pass the turn. So we draw that. That's revealed.
Yeah, time is ticking down very fast. So we've got
Trawler. I guess.
Oh gosh. Trawler also a very good going to time trump card.
Party time.
Okay, so we see the Untamed turn, we see the
Song of the Wild. All right, I think Gorlami has a great chance of catching up here. Does he have a way to kill the Key Frog on his own turn?
I don't think so, which is the tricky part.
Because if it goes to time on his turn, he doesn't get another turn, but he does get a Forge a Key step. So if he can get Dexter off key, and in his Forge a Key step, get a key,
Well,
then...
not if the Trawler gets played for
Oh.
capturing everything, right?
Well, he
that
has to be
Trawler
haunted,
DNA
though.
is...
Oh no, his opponent has to be haunted, right? Trawler is... So if Gorlami...
Trawler's if you're haunted.
One of the two.
Alright, chat. Yeah.
Pismire, alright. Yes, so he can't forge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
so
Yeah,
stop.
Dexter is not forging the key on his Forge a Key step.
Key
And the
comes
Key Frog comes out. Oh, he's trying to finish his turn before time. He's unfortunately not used to rushing this
Yeah,
fast.
Fandangle.
Fandangle.
Okay, so now...
Punk!
So
Infernus
that
is going.
could flip Dexter's deck.
And that at least is getting rid of the Trawler.
Yeah, so it's going to be 2...
But Dexter can unfortunately, he can draw these as slow as he would like. But Gorlami can continue his turn while he waits. Yeah. Yep, he's finishing his turn. So it's
I
Dexter.
mean, Dexter's got a minute.
Right, exactly. He
could
can
just
he
go
can
for
complete
it.
his own turn in a minute. That's for sure.
But you have so many things you have to answer.
But yeah,
in that
now
minute.
that it's not Gorlami's turn anymore, the actual Key Frog could win him the whole game because Gorlami's going to get a whole turn. And if Dexter kills the Key Frog to make the key happen, which he really should, so that it's not there for Gorlami's turn, then Gorlami can just get enough amber. Dexter has a lot to complete on this turn.
A lot to
It's not going
complete.
to happen in the next 30 seconds, that's
So,
for sure.
There is still the tax from the Titan Engineer, so we need to take 2 amber off to stop this key. We did see the Garcia
yeah.
come in, so we could just go into Starlight and do some capturing and stuff.
That's true, and then going to time rules. Well, no, because Gorlami has a turn.
Yep, Gorlami will have a turn, and the Fandangle is on board. So there's so many things you have to deal
Oh my
with
gosh.
on your turn.
But you're right. If Dexter taxes Gorlami enough and then kills the key frog, then Gorlami has 1 key, and then going into his turn, can't forge because of the tax. And then because time is already called,
Take your time.
Dexter has the win on the tiebreaker rules.
Well,
Key costs 7.
Because if Gorlami can't forge on, I guess he gets a forge key step.
both players. Let's see.
So right now Dexter's going to finish his turn. Gorlami's going to finish his turn. Dexter has the forge a key step. So right now, if going into Gorlami's turn, the key frog is gone, and he doesn't forge at the beginning of his turn, Gorlami has no way of getting to a second key.
Yeah.
Even if he taxes Dexter off of getting the key at the beginning of his forge key step. So Dexter has one goal in this, and that is to make sure Gorlami does not get his second key
First
in
thing
either of the 2 options that he has right now.
wins.
So
Survey, playing survey, interesting. He's digging for something.
So this would be revealed now.
we still don't know what house he called.
We'll look at these 2.
We see
I
a.
will discard one of them.
That was a corrode and something else. Oh, but he's not haunted, so that might be an issue.
Well, I guess yeah. So much to think about.
Yeah, once he plays the Garcia. Oh, this doesn't look. I might be missing something here, but it doesn't look too hard. He plays the Garcia. The cost is then 9.
Yeah.
Gorlami doesn't have it. He fights into the Key Frog with something. So then the Key Frog is gone. Gorlami doesn't have it on his turn.
So then when that happens, so
Because the Key Frog would not forge a key for Gorlami if it died.
so after
And then going into Gorlami's turn, he doesn't have it. We still, like you said, don't know the house.
I believe so. Yeah, after Gorlami's turn, Dexter will have 1 turn, but it's just the forge a key step. I believe it does account for key cost, but again, the next thing they go to is tiebreakers, which would be keys.
And if
that would
Gorlami
be-
only has 1,
Yeah.
so we're in Geistoid. And we're in Geistoid. Interesting. So he's
With Palette.
Oh no, we're not in Geistoid.
And Amber.
Interesting. He pulled his archives though.
Capture on the rail.
Maybe I'm not following how that. Oh, it's
Amber.
versatile.
You
So
have
that's how that
7.
got used for a
Cost
capture.
7 for you.
Gorlami. I'm not sure if Gorlami is haunted or not. The punctuated would make it pretty close.
Oh, it's gonna get Gorlami off key.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Capture 1.
So energy vampirism will kill the daughter, and then that will get Dexter 2 more amber. So honestly, Dexter might just be able to make enough amber to
Yeah.
get forge at the start of his turn anyways.
Because Gorlami would have to forge and then also have more amber. Because he does win on creatures at this point. It's crazy. He has such a big hand too. He picked up his archives. It's all Geistoid.
Yeah.
It's really cool that he saw a completely different line than the Star Alliance.
And that line is basically, we're at time.
Yeah.
I'm going to gain as much
Right,
amber as
as
possible. I
possible.
know I have multiple ways to stop the key, right? So he has the Garcia in hand, he has the energy vampirism.
So at this point, I think it looks like he's actually already won the game. Because,
Do your job.
because if Gorlami's not going to forge, then it's 2 keys to 1 key, and they're at time. So,
Right, so
although
he's
he
gotta-
might not
he's
be
gotta
worried
kill the
about the key frog.
which going into, I mean, Geistoid, he can kill it. Oh, he's going to do the damage.
Oh, that's... No, it looks like he did the damage there. Right, he did point to Fandangle.
Goes to discard.
Maybe he's saying, I should maybe kill that, but I'm killing this first.
So,
Because,
Yeah.
lamp to keep
If
that.
the key frog dies,
yeah,
there it
there
goes.
you go.
I believe that will be game.
Yep.
Um,
I mean, Gorlami does get a turn, right? Is there...
Gorlami gets a turn because the time did end on Dexter's turn, so Gorlami will have 1 full turn.
And all your stuff
And
get interplay.
then it
right?
will go to the forge key for Dexter, and
Right.
then it goes to tiebreakers, which I believe is each player forges.
A key at current cost. Or no, at 6.
That one's at 6.
At 6, you're right.
But again, like Gorlami might be able to tax the key for 3, so he stops it there. But then Dexter gets a key on 6, and Gorlami will be down 1. So again, the key frog had to happen.
Yep, yeah. I
do
I
that.
mean, Gorlami just
Here,
flipped, so there's
2,
enough in his deck where he's not getting back through to the
take 3
Key
damage.
Frog.
The Drekker also dies. So I'm gonna pick to
Clearing
discard.
his
Please
board.
discard the top card, and then I can repeat that up to 3 times.
Ooh.
I'm gonna do it again.
Oh, they're discarding from the top of the deck.
Dexter gonna get himself haunted again with that Webster.
That makes sense. With the punk gone, like, or I don't know if Gorlami has a way to kill the Key Frog on an untamed turn, though.
I'm trying to think if there's any way where he can use the Ghost Talk to reap with something else that might kill it, but otherwise,
Oh, yeah,
I don't
that's
believe
an
there's a way to
interesting
get
point.
untamed to kill it. But they're playing it out, so I just
Yeah.
see Protective Playmate is going to guard that Palik. That Palik has been on the board literally all
Yeah,
game.
the whole game. Yeah, since the beginning. Putting in work.
Go fly.
Doing a lot better than his predecessors, who are all memorialized now on the art behind him.
Oh my gosh,
I love
yeah.
that.
Rhea sacrificing the red shirts.
See the rare Echo Fly getting played instead
Yeah.
of discarded.
Yargeist, now he is haunted.
Well, is
Draw a card.
Gorlami haunted? Because he could grab the Key
The
Frog
Key
now
Frog
to
now.
really stop things.
That would be hilarious.
Unless he has a way.
Oh, yep, he's haunted.
Oh, there's so much interesting here. Dexter maybe could have Energy Vampirism.
Anything that I want, but
That's
On his side.
So if Dexter takes the Key Frog, this will be the second game Gorlami has lost 2 Grim Reminders with his own Key Frog.
Yeah.
Like that, for how amazing this deck is, that's just a crazy drawback. Oh, did he take nothing? Ooh,
He's just
nothing.
double checking, seeing what's best.
Ooh, Marcus looking at Gorlami's discard.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen any other cards that would.
Plantain Mansion.
Just to make sure.
Yep.
There's
yeah, why
there's
not?
no forging on your end.
Yeah.
Play it in here somewhere.
So now even if Gorlami has a way to get the Key Frog back and kill it, he also has to deal with the extra
Yep.
hand. So
Absolutely.
looking.
Two guys.
Yeah, I keep saying this all weekend, which is bad because it's Grim Reminders, but it's looking,
Looking grim. Love it.
Yeah, I need a new phrase.
Well, everything is looking grim for Grim Reminders.
Yeah.
All right, that's the turn.
Me putting.
See what Gorlami's got.
So Dexter's sitting on 15 amber,
in a fatal
key cost of
so I have
9
check
for
at 6,
Gorlami.
12.
Key cost of
15 amber.
oh sorry, key cost of 10 for Gorlami
Check at
because of the
15 amber.
Titan Engineer. Key
Yeah.
cost of 11
He's cost 11
for
so.
Dexter because of the 2 Pesmires. Fandangle.
Oh yeah, so
Still alive.
on the board. So he doesn't have.
Uh,
If he, what could he do in logos? There's a lot of drawing. There's some archiving, which is not useful at this point.
But if you're not key cheating,
Yeah.
I think taking the frog there, getting it behind Taunt, because he had the protective playmate too. Just putting the key frog behind Taunt
Right.
probably would have sealed this. It might be sealed already.
Yeah.
but We'll
Or
just let him play it out.
Taking the frog, period, would have done it. Because if you kill it, then you got to recur it. Oh, actually, yeah, no. He would have taken the frog, period, because then if Gorlami killed it, would have forged the key for Dexter.
Yep.
Well,
So Gorlami probably just exhausting all of his options
Yeah.
just to make sure. There can be a lot of tricks in that MM, but I don't see a whole lot of house cheating with his deck. So
Oh,
we
there
do
we
see
go.
the handshake.
Yep.
So there it is.
That was a great game.
Yeah, super well fought.
Oh my gosh, and that comeback, Gorlami, like coming back from behind and then playing that expertly, and both a great untamed turn and a great dis turn earlier.
But Dexter finishing it out well with that Geistoid again. Geistoid's ability to just archive itself and all the pips in there just can put on so much pressure while you're just building up towards other big turns.
Absolutely, and it honestly felt like Dexter had 2 houses, Star Alliance and Geistoid. Like, there are maybe 2 or 3 cards that he focused on in Unfathomable, and everything else was discarded.
Actually, Drew, did he call Unfathomable that entire game?
I don't think so. I mean, you saw Tanjumanji come out, but a lot of Unfathomable was played through other means.
Yeah,
a lot of it was less.
We had the, what was it?
For the action.
The action that digs for another action and plays it.
Oh, Event
Event
Horizon.
Horizon, yeah. That hit a Call of the Void, and then he near future lens another Call of the Void on a Star Alliance turn.
Yep.
Okay, so they're doing some announcements. I'm not exactly sure what that was for. Since we hit time, we're probably going to be back with something. I don't know what it is yet. It will either be, let's see, the next round of Archon, or we'll probably go into the
Alliance Finals.
So, should be
Yeah.
a really exciting
That's gonna be
match.
so
No matter
fun.
what. These are all
Absolutely.
exciting matches. We're in the top cut now. Like
Yeah.
this is the high level KeyForge.
Absolutely.
I mean, this whole weekend, there's so many good players here, right? Like,
The top stuff being played by the top people.
so, I think we'll take a quick break, see what's going on. Sydney, thanks so much for being on.
This was amazing.
We'll
Thank
see
you for having me.
if you want to come back. I know you got some other
Oh,
stuff
yeah.
to record and everything. But yeah, we'll be back with either Sydney or Drascore. We'll see if Drascore got knocked out, or maybe both of them, and I'll take
Yeah.
a break.
Yeah, there you go.
But we'll be back with more KeyForge very soon for you all. See you in a minute. All right, welcome back, everyone. I am here with Gorlami. We just saw you, unfortunately, lose on stream in Archon, but we have seen some big successes for you this weekend, especially the Sealed Championship. So now Worlds Invite for Sealed. Congratulations on that. That's awesome.
Thank you.
How's the weekend been?
It's been good. Sealed Alliance was real good. I did not drop a game, so
Yeah.
that was a crazy run. I opened some really good decks, and I was able to put something real good together.
And you told me like that was maybe the first keys you had even dropped.
Dave
Against
was
Dave?
the first player to forge keys against me all tournament.
That's
so
insane.
I 3-0'd everybody else, and Dave forged 3 keys total in 2 games against me.
So when you're putting that deck together, like, did you just know as soon as you opened them what you're
Oh,
putting?
the Geist toy just looked absolutely incredible, and I think I could have gone something else than the Mars. The Mars was just more so I felt had a little bit more archiving, even though the targets had so many discard pips.
Yeah, it was really interesting to see how little you actually played the Mars
Right.
though.
Yeah, I ended up discarding it a lot, but the Brobnar was just so good. Like I had 3 different Brobnar pods that I could go with. I ended up going with that one. I could add Memorialize and Burn the Stockpile, along with the Cacophonous Riot. I think that was my big determining factor there, is that I could just put creatures down and fight with them immediately to get rid of the board.
And the Brawling Grounds too.
And the Brawling Grounds was a nice touch as well.
With the, is it Thunderdell?
With the Thunderdell, yeah.
Which-
so the Thunderdell
Flag
was,
Splash,
yeah,
just-
I was getting
Because
rid
I
of 3.
think the first game we saw you on stream, you did so much with that card. It was kind of brutal to watch.
It was really good.
But it's not something we get to see very often, right? Like it's a rare card, and having a Brobnar that actually is able to use it, and it not getting stolen by your opponent.
Right, yeah.
A lot of factors for it to actually be good. But yeah, it was. Those were great games. It sounds like, I don't know if you heard, some of it might not still be on the YouTube.
Yeah, no, I saw that the VOD got cut off, so
12 hours is apparently too long.
That's the limit. So I don't. Unfortunately, I think my game is against Dave did not get saved unless OBS saved them. But
We can see it might just be like hidden on the actual, like another YouTube. It might have recorded it as another video on the YouTube profile.
I hope so.
We'll have them take a look at it. But I mean, they were fantastic games. You guys are both probably also exhausted.
Yeah.
Yesterday was a
So
very
tired.
long day. And then so the big story is you and Dexter, who just played, top 8 in all 3 events, right?
Correct. Yeah, both of us top 8 in all 3 events. He's in top 4 now. So, and I think he top 8 in Alliance and then got knocked out. Same for me. So I top 8 in Archon and Alliance, and I lost my first top 8 match.
So we just got to see your Archon deck. Tell us about the Alliance deck quick, because if you haven't seen that one. It looks like they are shuffling up,
Yeah.
so brief overview.
I played my my double jar Alliance that I made for that Vargas played in Roseville. So
Do you have a name for that deck? I feel like these Alliance decks need to start getting...
I call it double jar. I don't think anybody
That's a good
else,
enough name.
Nobody else is going to play double jar. I don't think there's another good enough Maverick jar pod that will be able to provide the same type of, I think, benefits and like amber control that Sanctum pod does.
Maybe I missed that. Did Sheep also top 8 all 3?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
I
there's 3
apologize
of
for
us.
that.
There's 3 of
Somebody
us that
said
top 8
2.
it all. Yeah. 3 of us top 8, all 3.
Vargas pummeled you on it. Yeah, I mean it's a cool deck. I really like the. Double jar is mean. It's not nice, but nothing in Alliance is nice, right? So you gotta be able to counter that.
I mean, I feel like it's a little bit more fair than like some of the other things you see, because it's a control deck. It's a control tempo deck. It has 21 pips, so it's like racing you while also kind of reeling you down. Not going through the game, but let's go to the game since they've started.
So, Melissa had the Tau Vapors turn 1, so we're just getting some filtering and archiving. We see Sith having the first Sandhopper down already, and then some Equidon creatures here, the Esquire and Gemco Vendor. Did you end up playing either of these?
I did not. I didn't play against either of them. I'm familiar with Sith's deck.
Yeah.
I would not like to go against it, but I think I do well enough into it. I don't know. But I haven't seen Elizabeth's deck. It reminds me a lot of Dave's deck, right?
Yeah.
Just maybe slightly different.
I think it's a little bit more tech towards Grim Reminders, towards facing Grim
I heard
Reminders.
Dysania.
So Dysania and a lateral shift. So I heard him talking about it. He didn't do this in the last game, but I heard him talking about being able to lateral shift a Winds of Death from his opponent to force his opponent to archive all of his creatures and then Dysania it.
Oh, that is
We'll
so
see if we get that to
good.
go off here. Again,
Wow.
Sith is not playing Winds of
Right.
Death, so that's not really
Yes.
anything. There's a Mimicry in there as well. There's the Punctuated Equilibrium, which we just saw. Didn't get to see all of what Sith discarded. We do see the Esquire, of course, always a target, getting taken off the board. But so we did see Melisma's match in the semifinals. It was Star Alliance and Stealth modes. Nature's Call to bounce the Kirby's, some blasters in there as well, so Kirby's blaster for tons of draw. And it was very, very difficult for the other player to get back in it.
Ooh, so it looks like Sith drew the pipped out Steward. So I wonder if he might want to put it on top.
Going for Unfathomable instead. The one thing that I did not take a look at with Melisma's deck is if there's any artifact control.
Yeah, artifact control will be big.
It's hard to have enough for this deck, right? And there's the Bryozoar coming
Bryo
down.
comes down.
Notably in Melisma's deck, I don't think I saw a shark. So again, that's where there's some differences.
Right.
You have to make decisions.
You can't
with
have
these alliance
everything,
decks.
right?
Well,
I mean, maybe
you have to be really lucky and probably pay a lot of money.
Right. I mean, the lateral shift and the mimicry, right? Like potentially, it's like, well, I don't have artifact control, but maybe you do.
But against
And I can take it from
Bryozoar, we do see a Harmonia in there, so even if Sith's board gets pretty big, that Harmonia can get some amber, get some pressure in other ways, but I mean, you've got to build a board that can actually do this now.
This is looking really good for Sith right now. Based on what Melisma drew off of that punk, not looking too hot.
Yes, the lateral shift is in Logos, along with that Dysania, which is pretty nasty. So we just get the
Decides to go Star Alliance, yep.
Garcia.
Playing a blaster.
It's hard to tell which blasters they are in here. We can tell
They
by
all
what
look
they were
the
getting
same.
put on halfway through the game last time. It's like, okay, it's on Kirby, that's a Kirby's blaster. And then there's also so this is actually really big. There is a Kincan and Kincan's blaster. So that could take the Bryozoar
take
out
the
at least for a
Bryo.
turn.
Interesting.
Because it does go to Sith's
Yes,
archives. I
it
don't
does.
like that ruling.
I know, I had a...
But that's how it works.
It makes sense, like how everything else gets in that same manner.
I'm a Mars player. I want it in my archives. I like to abduct things.
But yeah, I that is a very unique trick to get rid of Bryo. So that's really cool. Nice little tech.
Tough thing is there's also the Reaver. So you're now drawing up to 5 as Melisma,
Right.
as well as having to deal with this Bryo.
Yeah, really slowing him down here a little. So not being able to get to some of those answers.
I'm gonna really quick get a score up here. This is best of 3, and we are at 0-0 right now. But just so we're actually tracking that on here, I don't know how we're gonna say who's 1-1. Yeah, that might not work. We'll put it by their names. Never mind.
Okay, that's fine. We can say one for first one is top, second one bottom. So we'll just remind people. I mean, we could also put it by the names, but Sith's name's too big or too long.
I think it actually shrinks it.
Does it shrink? Oh, okay.
So we've got the pipped out Steward coming
Steward's
down.
coming out.
Sandhopper looks like it's hitting the bubbles here instead of the
Correct.
Steward, so he's not even worried about getting the Steward back in hand and protecting it. He keeps playing creatures on the other side of Bryo though.
Fighting off the medic.
Why? Like, I guess bubbles you want to keep because that's also your creature control. So those are kind of his 2 Sandhopper targets, right?
Yeah.
Is the bubbles and the pipped out Steward, which if you haven't seen that before, it's 2 Amber Pips and a drop pip on a Steward. There are 3 Sandhoppers in this deck, so once he's got those 3 Sandhoppers down, he just replays that and bubbles basically to do whatever he needs. There's also the Puzzling Trinket, which means those 2 Amber Pips on the Steward can also do whatever he needs. It can be Amber control, it can be creature control. It's a nasty deck in Archon, but switching out for a Bryozoarch and for the Key Abduction, just makes it
makes it that much better.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think he decided to put those creatures on the other side of Bryo because he's expecting that Melisma doesn't have enough actions currently to get rid of everything. So he wants to save those creatures, especially the the Mollusk Collar, so that he can use his tokens, I believe. So, because if we're looking at his hand right now, he can only get rid of 2 creatures.
Well, so it is interesting. He Sith put the Mustic Mermaid back on top of the deck, so that's 4 damage from a creature from hand.
So he can get rid of the Steward.
Could get rid of the Steward. Could get rid of the Reaver. I guess the action gets rid of the token, so you don't have to worry about the Reaver for a turn.
So you will be able to draw to 6.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. So he goes for the Steward.
It makes sense.
I mean, it's a super tough call. There's so many good targets here. Do you just slowly try to whittle away at the Bryo with it? Hitting the Steward, like we said, is probably the most efficiency killing. Ooh, I did forget to get the time on here. We do have Marcus's time, but I cannot see that, so we're actually just gonna skip the time.
Right.
Marcus will call it for us. Sorry about that, folks. I'll ask Marcus next time if we can kind of get that pushed a little bit more, so we can see what that is and go along with it.
All right, and so the Giant Gnawbill, that's his artifact control.
Okay. And that one, what does that one do again?
Whenever you call the house, you have to destroy, I think it's all artifacts from that house, or it might just be one. You guys can correct me on that. But
that's a 5 power, so Sith could just fight it with the bubbles, like going out without a return. But that could just, stop him from having as effective a return for 1.
Correct. I was wondering why he killed the Mustic, because it was stopping him from forging a key, but he's got other things, so there's no worries there.
So second Reaver coming down, just going to slowly just choke that hand as well. We know there's going to be another Gemco vendor coming back, and then there's still another Sandhopper, which could do
we'll
bubbles.
see more creatures. Yep.
I don't think you want to put the Harmonia back. It's not super scary, but it does represent value. You do, just to stop.
It clogs them up.
Okay, yeah, that's Sith is thinking too.
He needs to get rid of these creatures. Fathom, like the token needs to go. The Fathom Reapers are gonna stop him from drawing 2. So the Harmonia just does nothing. Gains them an Amber, but
here he does put the bubbles on the other side to try and protect the token, I think, so that those Fathom Reapers really do work. This one does have 4 Logos cards here, so gonna be able to get through some stuff, I believe.
But no actions.
He
has the lateral shift. You can't get rid of anything.
Academy
He's
Training.
gonna play the lateral shift, but
so it gets rid of the bubbles for now, which is something. But yeah, that is gonna be only 2 cards drawn.
And it's a Harmonia and a Tau. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's brutal.
It's pretty rough.
Sith knows he has to slow him down.
What's so crazy is this is kind of how last game looked with Melisma's deck against the GR deck. Just stealth mode every turn. They just couldn't do anything. It's really interesting how these decks match up.
This is a whole different matchup. Like Sith's deck is very much creature based. So I feel like this is really good for Sith.
Yeah, it seems like a good matchup. He did find
the Puzzling Trinket was the token.
He did find the Bryo pretty early.
Yeah,
so that's also why he was
really
protected.
good.
Like he doesn't even necessarily care as much. Like Puzzling Trinket is huge for this deck.
Yeah, it's so good.
And it enables the final combo, right? Which is the ability to basically have your entire hand deck in hand,
and then Key Abduction,
and then use a pip.
Right to draw.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's nasty.
It's
so he played this
really
one
good.
at Roseville, right?
Yeah, he did.
I think I got to see it on stream.
One away from top 8, I believe. We're gonna bring back the Fathom Reaver. Yep, keep choking.
And that's equivalent to basically two creatures every time he does that now. Plus, if you have the Equidon creatures, they're coming back out. We do have the Recruiter there who can just reap to make more tokens.
You can do it again. Make another token. Doing Gemco later instead. Okay. Maybe to protect the token. Ooh, that's real good.
Yeah, so that's
Make another
token and a creature that makes another token when it's destroyed. Of course, if Melisma destroys that, you can put the token on the other side. But I mean, it's kind of academic at that
This
point.
is brutal right now. I don't know how Melisma gets out of this.
So not like, yeah, we can talk about game 2. Not yet.
No.
Yeah.
I'm not counting it out automatically yet, but it looks real grim right now. So Giant Novel. So we'll see if he calls, if he ends up calling Equidon, or if he does not, so that he can go around Giant Novel. I would assume he won't.
I think it depends on if it. I mean, even if it destroys one,
everything.
like, you don't have
if it only
to.
destroys one, then it's fine. I would
He's
say
saying this card. I don't like this card.
There you go. So it is one.
Okay, but he is choosing to destroy the trinket
trinket.
instead of
It's okay.
one of your 2 samples.
I think it's the right call.
Because the other option would be to use the pips on the trinket from another house and just fight like maybe one of your Reavers in. But even that, like your Reavers are doing so much here.
Right.
Ryo's doing so much.
I mean, you can use the I would say the Reavers and the Brio need to stay healthy, and I think Equidon was the right choice.
So not even reaping, or not even using the steel on the gem code, just going to fight that Nobil off. You could have, I guess you don't want to use your tokens to do that because they're 4 armor. They get able to use, you can use them now because of the Mollusk color reef here. So they're now, they get 3 power, 4 power?
4. So they're 4 power, 4 armor.
4 armor, yeah. So it would have taken 2 fights for those to kill the Nobil anyway, so I guess it makes sense. And he's going to be able to re-heal that gem code.
He's just going to read twice, I think, instead. Doesn't. He's not worried about the Harmonia.
Well, yeah. Can you sandhopper anything? We don't know what those tokens are, right?
Right, that's true.
Or something else.
He has something. Yeah,
I don't know how many bubbles are in
this.
this. Faith naturally has 2 bubbles.
But this one, I don't know how many. So he's fighting twice, it looks like. Okay. So how many is dead? And I think that's probably the correct choice. Playing 2 creatures, having him get to check, maybe, I don't know. I don't think it's an issue right now, but keep him down, be safe. Make sure that 1 key doesn't, or you don't allow him to get that 1 key, so you don't have to worry about it. I think that might be an Ether Spider.
Oh gosh. Since you needed
There it is.
more.
Yeah.
Yeah, just brutal. Like, now it's like, even if you have 5 snippies in the hand.
Yeah, I think Melisma's looking at his Archon cards, and I mean, I don't know what's going through their head, but I would be looking at that side of the board and being like,
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think, even just in Worlds Collide in general, what kind of cards deal with this game? The Shark, which I don't believe there's a Shark in Melisma's version.
Double Mustic? He would have had to hit Brio.
You have to get the
twice.
one back now.
Right. Like, regrowth kind of thing, right? Oh, actually, can't even use it, never mind.
And you're only drawing 4 cards a turn.
He has 2 stealth modes.
Stealth
He's
modes.
just going to gain Amber. And he's going to give it to Ether Spider.
Yeah. Oh man, that's just gotta be so defeating, right? Hurts. Like, at least I'll get the. Oh, wait.
Drawing 2 cards to go to 4.
So we got Brio is a completely fair KeyForge card. So I think it's really interesting. So again, Bandola's been around. Bandola has Brio.
Yes.
Most people focus on the witch queen.
Right.
The Brio
But the Brio
is
setup is
so
so good in
impactful
that
in that
deck,
as
yeah.
well. But this weekend, especially, there's been so many times, and I think that's because people are seeing like, oh, here's how you deal with
Guys, with Grim
Geist
Wonders.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
really,
Geist
it is
Word,
Geist
really
Word.
Geist Word.
Here's how you deal with Geist Word. And we've seen it several times now. It's so effective.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I play pretty anti-meta for both. I would say my double jar is good, a good meta against Grim Reminders, and the MM deck I played for Archon is also a meta call for Grim Reminders. And I played against Grim Reminders and Archon every single game I played.
Really?
Every single game.
That's crazy.
And I mean, I did well enough to get the top 80.
Yeah.
So you can beat GR. It's just you have to play something a little different.
There wasn't like there was a lot of GR here still this weekend. That's still going to be the
Still a lot
most
of GR.
represented, but there was a decent amount. We've got a good amount of stuff on the stream. I mean, this
Good variety.
No GR
I
even
love
in this
it.
finals here.
Yep. I'm glad to not see GR finals for.
I mean, Sith's deck is.
I mean, this is just it's a nice. Yeah, it's just nice to see something different. And I mean, Worlds Collide was always one of those. Besides Dave, like, nobody played Worlds Collide Alliance whatsoever. So I really like seeing it in the finals.
Yeah.
And Woe was, I feel like, pretty dominant as well, but it never really made top table, I believe, for Alliance, because AOA usually shined and MN was shining.
Well, Scholars. Scholars, man, has been the
You're
traditional
right.
one. And we did see some of
Correct.
that. Dexter was running Scholar Spam in Alliance,
Mm-hmm.
and we saw some games where it just his also had a Brio. So Scholars
Why
and
not?
Brio.
Why not?
Well, so it's actually trickier with that one because you can't have befuddle. So you
Right.
have Brio without befuddle
Mhm.
if you're doing the Legionary trainers. But I also
Sitz doesn't have a flip. He has no restricted card. He Sitz
Yet.
doesn't care.
Yet.
Yeah. Sitz
Until
doesn't care about the restricted list.
oh no. When Gino was saying Sith coming off of a high and he's got to face him tomorrow in NKFL. Good luck.
It's funny because Sith wasn't looking forward to play, or he didn't want to get like Alliance isn't his favorite format, but he's crushing it.
Yeah.
He's doing great.
One Sith, of course, reigning champion of Dallas VT Archon
Yep.
last year, and you won the Alliance
Alliance
last year.
VT,
Yeah.
yeah.
So you guys are you're gonna just cycle through them. So each year you'll win a different one.
Yeah, Texas belongs to Repow.
See what happens with Archon, but
Yeah, we will see what
at the
happens
moment,
with Archon.
it is looking that way.
Actually, I think we're all out. So never mind.
Archon?
Archon.
Oh yeah. Oh, we do
Archon's
have the
gonna get
Archon
someone
top
else.
4. We can talk through that really quick. So Archon top 4, they're playing right now during this game is Dr. Sheep, Odd Monster, Dexter / Unfathomable, and Drazcorn. So, and we looked at the decks for Archon top 8 yesterday. Drazcorn and I did. It's a crazy field.
Oh yeah.
Only half GR. So
But
there is
3
still some
GRs in
variety.
the top 4. So 75%.
Never mind.
75% made it through. Only 1 GR did not. And that was the one that Sheep beat. And there he is.
Wait, you're here? How are you there when you're there? What's going on?
Does that mean you finished your Archon game?
Oh yeah. How'd it go?
If I had,
I'll see you in the finals.
so
Yeah.
All right,
he
there we
fraud
go.
in the finals. Let's
Hank
go.
Fraud.
Sheep.
I thought you were just returning
In the final.
again.
Awesome.
Wait,
Good luck, man.
is that
I want to see a frog win.
Triple. Be the first triple, right?
Yeah. Probably the only triple deck.
Yeah, the
Oh, well,
only triple. Well, we'll see.
Bandola's got a chance here.
Bandola. Yeah, I guess that's true. There's still time this season.
Okay, so that is game one going to Sith. Sorry, some tangents there. I don't know if he's covering up the UT thing or if he just wants to
He wanted
show
to
off
put
the
Pink Fraud. He wanted to
jersey.
show Pink Fraud. That Pink
So
Fraud
we'll
is
see
an Archon
who
finals.
Sheep is going to be facing
Yeah.
in the finals. He didn't say.
Who did he play? Did he play Odd Monster?
I think it was Odd Monster versus Dexter, so he might have knocked out Drax. We'll double check that though. That is not confirmed. So I would say, like, and I think I said this earlier, Pink Fraud games against GR have been some of the most interesting games we've had on stream. They've been really, really good. And Sheep, of course, very practiced with that. But definitely some really cool stuff happening just in how that deck interacts with GR.
It looks like they are saying that
He played Draskor. Yeah. So there you go. We'll see who he's up against between Odd Monster and Dexter.
That will be an interesting one. I mean, I just played against Dexter. Dexter's deck is really good, but looking at Odd Monster's deck, that deck is real nasty too. So we'll see who comes out on top of that.
First, we've got. Okay, let's update our score here.
Different format this time, yeah.
One, I'm just gonna do. Let's see. Oh, that's probably not gonna fit, is it? Yes. Oh, hey, it shrinks it. It looks awful.
Yeah, you can have a little bit of spaces in there.
Is there a better way to do that? Just top bottom or something?
You can probably just put some spaces in there. Should be fine.
There you go.
I like it.
So Sith taking down game one. We're getting ready for game two.
Over the course of many turns.
Oh. 100% the AC team in Archon finals?
Wait, so he didn't play?
Does that mean Dexter?
Did he not play Draskor? Where are we getting this? We're getting false information. Who's lying to me? Is it Wookiee or is it Sundi?
Or both.
I'm gonna come after one of you for who lied. I'm like, we're here, and they know more information about what's going on out there.
Yeah, we're in the closet. This is the life in the closet. This has been my whole weekend. I know what's going on here. I gotta go out with my little pad and paper and just try and get some information. Okay, oh, we did not ask about the timing.
Do you want me to ask?
If you could just push it like an inch towards the middle, that'd be fantastic. Sheep and Dexter. All right. So Sheep and Dexter in the finals. Dexter / Unfathomable. Yeah, but Discord. Let me tell you, one thing I have learned this weekend. Discord learns things way faster than the people who are here. I think they learn things faster than some of the GG members. Honestly, stuff happens so quickly on Discord. And Dexter is Team AC, and so is Draz. Yeah, so there was a good chance of it. Odd Monster. I don't know if Odd Monster's on Team Brawler. Is Odd Monster a Tavern Brawler? I might be wrong on that.
There's false information everywhere.
Uh-oh.
Because they're still playing. Unfathomable still playing against Odd Monster. So, who? Sunday.
You guys are lying.
I'm unless you're in another time zone, another reality, they're still playing out there. I mean, it's looking good for Unfab, but like, I don't think anybody's won quite yet.
Okay, so we actually have the time here. We're at. I just do this too, so you guys can kind of. Oops. Yeah, close enough. There we go. Pretty similar start for Mosma there with the warded Ingram. We do have one of those Fathom Reavers coming down early for Sith.
Nice. Oh, and Odd Monster is actually on BBR, so that is also.
Odd Monster is on ABR.
Yes, Odd Monster is on ABR.
Are you lying?
I'm not.
I don't know what's real
No, I'm
anymore.
not. I'm not.
Ooh, Abyssal Sight.
That's good.
So, you don't.
Stealth?
I mean, does Sith care that much though?
I
about this
I
type of
think
things?
it might slow him down in turn, so
I'm not listening.
yeah,
I'm not reading it.
The chat, I don't know. Whoever's giving you your information that's here, don't listen to them. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I saw it with my eyes, unless my eyes are deceiving me, which I guess could be a possibility, but I don't know.
It's a card.
I was
Don't
able to
believe
see
your
cards
eyes.
all weekend. I hope they're not.
Okay, so the stealth mode getting discarded from the Abyssal Sight. We've got 2
Logos is dead.
hologramophones coming down. So, like, that's actually kind of big. If he knows he's got to start getting some Logos creatures on the board, he can then ward them. We need to make sure he actually only drew to 5. I believe he only picked up 2.
I think Marcus is checking. So I think it should be fine.
But being able to ward them makes it a little bit tougher for that Bubbles, especially to get that disruption value. Okay, so Sith going, Equidon picking up that token, getting an Esquire down, so we're going to just try and make a bunch more tokens. There's the Trinket and the Outpost, so I mean, Sith is basically saying, I'm going to call Equidon the rest of the game.
And drew a Sandhopper off of the
This is the
Amber
Super Pit
on the
Sandhopper.
Amber Pit. So he's just gonna draw cards. He's just digging for cards. Yep. And he drew one more Equidon card.
We've got another. So, and this is, I think Sith talked about this, where it's like once you have the trinket down, there's no need to generate amber. All you want to do is build to your state, and then they either can't build, deal with your board state, and win that way, or you draw your entire deck, and then you get it. So it's kind of, he has the pieces he needs already for his game plan, but the Bridal's not down, so Melissa's going to take advantage of this time. We do see a Nature's Call. I don't know.
The Nature's Call will cause a little bit of disruption here. I don't think it will be too much of an impact, but it will slow down Sith.
But even then, like the creatures you bounce back are just coming back with the Sandhopper, so like Sith can just play the 2 non-creatures, get the Fathom Reaver back down, and get an extra token out of it. So it's a tough call. So we see the unnatural selection for no value there, except the Amber. There's the Nature's Call. Bounce all 3 of them?
Yep. Makes sense.
Just, well, yeah. I mean, it's tough. Like,
Clogging up the hand, I mean, you can say, oh, the Fathom Reaver, but either way, I think he gets it back, so.
And drawing back up to 4 there, we do see a key charge discarded as well. We do see a punctuated equilibrium. The other really interesting thing is if this was able to lateral shift the Cryo. Well, this one's deck has tons of warding. You already see 2 hologramophones. There's another hologram.
You're right, and it's in Logos.
So we could see some nasty stuff happening if he's able to kind of hit at the right time. We do see the
there's a mimicry
in there as well.
Mimicry
for,
with the Abyssal Sight would be really nice.
But you have to have a creature to sacrifice.
Yes.
He does not at the
Does
moment.
not at the moment.
Yep, no GR in the finals of Alliance. Archon, I believe.
There
is
will
gonna
be
Coda
at least
versus
one GR.
GR.
Yep. Coda versus GR will be Archon finals.
Right. We see the Equidon call for Sith here, just going to dump those creatures back down. We'll see if the Fathom Reaver comes out. Oh,
Guild
it's going to be a Guild
Spine.
Spine. So, and this will probably get tossed underneath by the Outpost now,
Right.
just to recycle it. But that's a lot of ammunition if that Bryo comes up soon. We see a lot of Mars in hand, so we saw 1 Mars card maybe all of last game.
You did not play Mars last.
Just the Vatminder.
Yeah. He played the Batminder and the Ether Spider.
So he captured onto the Guild Spine, so
So
not
that will not
flipping
be going back. I wonder what he will be flipping back.
Maybe just one of the tokens.
One of the tokens is probably going back.
Or he just doesn't care about that Amber. He's just gonna do it anyways.
Could be yes.
It's gonna be a token. So Outpost going, gonna draw 3 after putting that token on the bottom of the deck.
Let's see if he draws another Sandhopper or some more creatures. Yep, we got a Sandhopper. And we have another one. I'm seeing 3
So now, I mean, the punctuated equilibrium is good, but there's just the efficiency you get from this Equidom.
Yep. Honestly, I feel like the PE will probably be more beneficial for Sith at this point.
With him having all that Mars in hand.
Because, I mean, I don't know. He didn't draw. I don't believe he drew, so that means Melisma should know that there's no more Equidom cards in hand. So, okay, Academy training.
So, gonna get some drawing.
Ooh, and the token should not have ready because it's school. So that's a. I think
he's got it. Melissa's on it.
Yes, good.
That's actually happened a lot. The players know what they're doing.
It's a big deal.
But yeah, it is. It's huge.
Because if you can just action to pick him up versus doing Sandhopper, that can be a pretty big. Ooh, and he chooses to ward the Guild Spine so that his tokens will never ready. He needs to get rid of that if he wants them to. So,
which he has the puzzling trinket, so he can't just do a pip as a damage to remove that. But it is again wasting resources all the time. So it is a good call. It's a small thing, but
it's a small thing, but it can be really good for him. And warding the two tokens.
So
okay, if it's a card that
it could backfire really hard, or it could be a huge play because maybe that's one of the brides.
Yeah,
or the bride.
Yeah, exactly.
Sith does have that catching release.
I think I see Brian.
Do you?
Is that?
I think I see maybe another Abyssal Summons. Is there two in there? I think there's only one. I don't know what that is then.
I don't know. I think this will be very interesting. He's going Equidom no matter what.
Just always.
It just makes sense because if he has the Brio, he can play it off the Sandhopper. So it makes sense to do it.
So we're gonna fight into the Ingram. Just
get rid of the Ingram.
Get creatures off the board for Melisma.
Reaping.
Looks like the key abduction. I don't see many creatures in hand for a Sith, so I don't know how many things he can actually Sandhopper here.
He's not going to be able to do much, but he can use the outpost to draw a little bit more.
Oh, that's true.
So let's see what he puts down. Fathom Weaver.
With the draw.
With the draw. Negative. Yeah, pretty sure that's Brio.
So most likely see that coming down this turn.
Most likely we see Brio, and that's going to be a real good state for Sith at that point. Yep. Putting one of the tokens back to draw more. Mark just checking the bottom target to make sure.
I still don't believe we're something. We're going to walk out there and check ourselves after this match.
Yeah.
And then we'll let you know.
Who is Z? No, Sam's.
Okay, so now do you just start hitting the words off with your Sandhopper, or?
I think so. If he has Brio, he does not hit it. I don't think he cares if that's the case.
Capturing onto that Guild Spine.
Yeah. Why not, right? Bring that back.
I can see another Fathom Reaver in there too now, so we can start seeing all the disruption. Yeah, there's the Brio. You see that jump come down on the other side. Another capture hit.
Yep. That warded Guild Spine. And I think he'll probably bring back. Oh, he has the other Fathom Reaver. Because I was thinking he wanted to bring back the Fathom Reaver, but he's got another one.
Oh man, it's just so hard because we saw it. Melisma had one turn there to play pump,
right?
But you're not doing really hardly anything else with that turn.
It would be rough. I mean, he would have punked and then hopefully seen something good to mimicry.
Or if he has a second unnatural selection, I don't know if he does one. Because we saw one get played.
I think this is just a really hard matchup for Melisma's deck. It's very creature based, and it just once Sith gets to this point, it's just really hard for Melisma to answer. Like we see a lot of answers in Woe or in GR with Grim Reaper, Sniffies, Pilgrim Guards, stuff like
Fiery
that.
Jarks.
Fiery Jarks, right? So there's a lot more answers in GR, but this is really hard for Will Squad, I feel.
Not sure. So he's playing the Mimicry.
Can't.
But yeah, I think
I don't think you
checking it first and then.
Don't think. Oh, well,
Oh, you
he paid
still-
it for the pip. He played. He still
That's
gets.
so interesting.
Still gets the pip.
because
Still gets the pip.
it's not a play effect on Mimicry.
Well, wait. How many is he? How many? Only drew one card. That hurts.
Yeah, I mean this is.
This is brutal.
But again, like this is like it is really rough for Melisma here, trying to just find any kind of traction. But this is how the game felt for Big Zest Energy against Melisma last round. Like it was just there was just so little he could do against Melisma. It's just warded Starlight's board and the stealth modes.
Yeah. And I think those warded tokens are not going anywhere. Not with a four cards in hand for Melisma. This it's not looking good.
And Sith here with the outpost down sooner has a chance of just getting to that key abduction faster, maybe just ending the game.
And I feel,
And
oh man.
playing the Kraken. Exhausting creatures to play the Kraken. This is gotta be the first Kraken played in a Vault Tour final.
Yeah. That's fantastic.
Like, just, that's almost insulting, right? to play.
Well, honestly, I felt that Melisma was not in a bad situation with all three of those hologram phones, right?
And then he flips it.
Oh, and he just puts it under.
Well, so I guess he's playing it on Equid on turn.
Right.
So he's not going to
Yeah.
use these
Yep.
unfathomable creatures anyways. But
Exactly.
still,
He might bounce the Fathom Reaver, honestly.
cheeky little Kraken. So Esquire goes back to hand. We'll see what comes back down next. There's our Vatminder.
That Minder.
Yeah, I think the key abduction is in hand, so it doesn't really need too much besides just
I
enough
think he just
creatures.
needs to draw everything at this point and try to get to that key abduction.
There's the bubbles to just keep
Clog
the
it up
disruption
even
going.
more. No more. He's not going to draw an action.
Esquire comes back down. So now if that Vatminder gets killed, it's making 2 tokens. This is nasty.
Yeah. What an alliance that Sith has built here.
Yeah. And like this is a very good matchup for him. He has not had that.
This is a very good matchup.
Like that's not been the case on every one
Melisma
of
has
these.
had, I feel, great matchups against everyone. They haven't lost, right? They've been undefeated.
Yeah.
They went undefeated into top 8, right? And yeah, up here in finals. Ran into the worst matchup, I would say, in finals.
Just the worst possible.
Yeah. I think would have done slightly better against the GR that Sheep was playing, that Sith was able to take down.
Do you know, did Sith have a loss getting to you?
I believe so. I believe Sith did lose one game in Swiss, or in 2LA.
Which possibly do something like a Scholar deck, which is just also doing the board flip, doesn't care about Brian as much. But don't know that for sure.
I'm pretty sure he did.
Oh, so we see the Kincan that might be Kincan's blaster. So that could give him
so that's
one
an
turn
answer.
of breathing room. But he doesn't have a
one
stealth
turn.
mode to go with it. So yeah, Archive and the Brio.
But that doesn't do enough. Yeah, it still doesn't do enough.
If he had a red alert here,
Yeah.
that would feel pretty good.
But it's so cool to see the slight little, tech around the Brio, but yeah. And the wording of the shells did come back to bite him at the end of the day. Those, so much amber.
Yeah, captured amber because the Ether Spider has not hit the board yet. But Sith at this point again just going to be
Colin Archon. He can play most of his hand off of just Aquidon, so why not?
So that is going to be getting into check for key 1 for Sith.
And the bubbles.
Play bubbles.
Playing down the bubbles to bounce the King
Bounce the
Can,
King Can back.
or the chicken, as everyone in
The
my group
chicken?
called him. Now, I don't know where that came from, but
And there's the Brio. He's back. And he's even farther to the left.
okay.
Alright, so Brio is back. He just drew off the outpost and he's got
There's the
the
concession.
concede.
Wow, taking it very commandingly. 2-0
Very
for Sith.
convincingly. That was that was just a really hard matchup. It was just really hard.
It's just such an interesting thing about KeyForge, right? And especially
Yeah.
Alliance right now
Yeah.
has so much more of that, like, what we would call it, balanced.
Yeah,
I know
you
people
have
don't
a
want to
meta.
believe it,
Yeah.
but it is true.
Yep.
There's a lot
I
of
agree.
different ways you can go, and the way those interact with the other sort of archetypes is really interesting because, again, both these players made it to the finals. These decks are both very, very good.
Very, very good, but one just didn't have the answers to
Like you said,
what Sith was doing.
Bad against
It
both.
was just too much. And
Except for
I will say,
against
Sith drew extremely well. He
Game-
drew
game
those
one especially,
hoppers.
right?
He drew those hoppers real fast.
We have 3 of them.
Yeah, he drew those hoppers real fast, and
Yeah, so claps for Sith there.
congratulations, Sith.
Score will be
Fantastic.
2-0. And again, congrats to Sith for a second Texas Vault Tour win.
Yeah, second Texas Ultra win.
Now qualified for Worlds in Alliance. He again was already a is it Vault Warrior? What's it
Vault
called?
Warrior,
Vault
yes.
Warrior. So no passing down of that again. You have to win to get one of
Another
those.
one.
They're giving out very few of those this year,
Yeah.
aren't they? Guess it makes some room for the rest of us.
This is what I was aiming for.
I actually had
There you go. So we do know the
Strange Shell
Archon.
winning.
Oh, we should have asked him because I still don't believe. Yeah, Strange Shell winning again has now won the Archon
has
final
won Archon and Alliance.
Alliance.
It's a good token.
Who would have thought? I mean,
Actually, it's only a good token in Faith.
Faith is an incredible deck.
And with Sith piloting
that was
it,
like,
so.
yeah.
everything you possibly
Big
could have
congrats
wanted.
there. Congrats to Melisma as well. I mean,
You got the
getting
outpost.
in this Alliance.
Yeah,
Yeah, the first time he did it,
no
it was
The
joke.
Alliance field was
Sandhopper.
crazy. The amount of good decks, and just
And that was it.
players that
And
were
he had
here.
just gotten the
No, he's
trinket
going
online, which basically
undefeated
he was
all the
able
way
to
to the finals,
Yeah.
and then unfortunately just ran
enhanced
into
hopper and everything.
quite possibly the worst matchup you could have.
You couldn't
come
hardly
into.
build
And,
the worst.
Yeah, I think that was just unlucky, very unlucky.
Yeah, very much so. So, I'm gonna confirm it. It sounds like we have Dr. Sheep versus Unfathomable Dexter in the finals, which is Archon teammates, Archon's Corner teammates, which will be really, really fun. I'm guessing they've played this matchup before, but who knows? We're gonna go take a quick break here, get some water and everything, but I'm guessing we're gonna roll into that pretty soon here. So hang tight, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Kwalami, big thanks for being
Yeah,
on.
thank you for
Really
having
fun.
me. Thanks, guys.
Hello, hello. Welcome back. This will be the final stream. This is going to be finals of Archon, Dr. Sheep versus Dexter, aka Unfathomable. Dr. Sheep reppin' Pink Fraud. Is this the first finals he's gotten to with Fraud?
That he's gotten to, yes. Right, so Fraud has won 2 vaults, right?
Two vaults in the past,
We
yeah.
got a KeyForge chant going on out there.
And Sheep has been running it for, basically the last year and a half. He's done really well.
Yes.
Lots of top 8s and stuff.
Yes, never top table.
This weekend he's been playing it really well.
Right.
We've got to see him on here
Right.
several times already.
Yep.
Dexter also had a fantastic weekend. Again, both of these players made top 3 or top 8 in all 3 formats.
Yeah.
These two and Gorlami, we were talking about that before, which is crazy. I mean, just
Yeah.
that's a weekend. That's a weekend to remember.
And Sheep had to beat me to get here, so he must be good, right? Maybe? I don't know. That's what I'm going to go with.
Oh yeah, how'd that matchup go?
Oh, he beat me in 5 turns. He just
did Fraud things.
It just it exploded on me, and he just forged all the keys, and I did not have enough time to get my stuff going. So
Makes sense. All right, we are going to get ready here. We just saw Dex being cut. I'm going to try and match the timer as much as possible.
Good luck.
Off by like 2 seconds, but that's fine.
pretty good.
Got it pretty close. All right, this is game 1. We've got Dr. Sheep on the top running Admiral. Is that what that is? Admiral Inslang, the Pink Fraud, versus Lancelot Glodholm, rookie, being piloted by Dexter. Sorry, I'm going to say piloted. I know quick draw.
Oh no, pilot's the best. It's the best word.
I don't know better word. I don't know another word. I know
No, it is the appropriate word, right? Like I don't know why Quick Draw thinks that that's inappropriate. I think he's just playing wrong.
4 cards actually.
It's the most correct word to use in this case.
Yeah. So we've got a big Unfathomable board coming out right away for Dexter. Getting just some board presence. Really interesting. So we saw his top 8 match.
Yep.
And
You don't want me discarding stuff.
played. What was that?
I don't know which match it was. It was no, that would have top 4.
Alliance.
No, there was no.
Is this the same deck?
No, I don't. I've been playing
I
an
think it
Archon.
is.
I don't know what you did.
It's all blurred together. Yeah, I think we saw, because we saw 1 top 8, and then we did the Alliance one. So I think we saw Dexter in the top 8.
So for this deck, I mean, we were talking about it yesterday, that, right? The fire really seems to be in Star Alliance with those triple Ds with the discard pips. It's got the near future lens and ways to play your Trawler, play your Tangerangi, at a house there. Lots of fire in there. Some good stuff in the other houses too, but the Star Alliance was what really impressed us when we were looking at it yesterday. Of course, Fraud is just double battle fleet, key abduction craziness, lots of steel and shadows, and then your logo. So you've got the library access, reverse time, some archiving to archive away your key cards. So it is a classic. 1-2 Vault Tours. Oh, Sheep won the Canadian Nationals with
Nationals,
it.
yeah.
So he has won an event with it, but not a Vault.
So remembering now, we did see Dexter in the top 8 against Gorlami. So knocked out Gorlami in this deck. Just like you're saying, the Star Alliance just causes this board to flood. One of the things that was really cool is how he uses the Webster to really control his being haunted a lot, because once he gets a bunch of creatures on the board, there's not many cards in the deck, so he kind of cycles a lot faster, but he's able to just mill himself with that. Ooh, and a Thought Swim going down on that Tangerangi.
Yep. increase the key cost, make it harder for that key abduction to get free keys. I think that's good.
Play another tanky man.
And,
Second Tangent Manji coming down.
Yeah, he's working to get his opponent
Ready up.
haunted, get the logo stuff off board.
Yep.
I think Dexter's got to go fast, right? Fraud is a speedster. If Fraud does Fraud things, it is hard to beat. But
I'm trying to remember what.
he's got some power here.
Tanky man.
There's the Poison Wave, going to take out a couple things there that were damaged by the fights. Trawler being in the discard. Again, a lot of creatures being in the discard doesn't matter a whole lot for Dexter because
he can bring it right back.
3
Yeah.
Retro Technician Lees, which can bring him back.
As soon as he's haunted, he can fire that on play.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember though what all he had for Amber Control. Because again, Sheep is going to have some potentially big bursts.
Well, we know the Tangy-Mangis, right? We know the
Trawler.
Let's see here. We know the Trawler. I'm looking at it now. So he does have a Garcia. He's got the Energy Vampirism.
Okay, so there's
Wilcoa, Memoleech, Holiday Festival. So there's a couple of some capture. So there's some.
and Sheep having a big Shadows turn here. Nerve blasting the Grim Reaper, getting another steal, and then a routine job to go to 5, and then that Dodger being on the board.
That's interesting. He's valuing the killing the Grim Reaper over the Tangy-Mangy. Although maybe he thinks, hey, I'd rather leave it on the board so I can kill it in the turn that I do my with my Orbital Bombardment.
Orbital Bombardment.
Yeah. Maybe that's what he's thinking. So, because if it's in the discard pile, it could be brought back. Although, I guess if he brought it back, it could be. But he's valuing the
Starlines.
Grim Reaper higher here.
It looks like he discarded a second routine job. Just, I mean, she definitely knows like handcrafting is very important, making sure you're kind of cycling.
You want to, I mean, he just wants Mars in his hand, right? That's what he's want. Unless he's locking and loading his big library access, it's, hey, how do I get a whole bunch of Mars in my hand so I can draw a bunch of cards, so I can get my battle fleet, then do it again, right? And just get my free keys. Aha!
Here
Here
we are
comes the
with
Retro Technicians.
the Lee train. That one having a discard pip on it, which is pretty nice if you have something in hand that you want to get into play. I think they're maybe checking, make sure he's haunted, because he hasn't done much milling, has he? Okay, so he is flipping that up. He's got a token there to show if he's haunted.
Though if he's exactly 10, yeah, he might have been, right? That's why he did. Oh, interesting.
I don't think we've seen the third yet, so this is probably going to be something else. Maybe the Tangy-Mangy, maybe the Grim Reaper. I don't know if you're that worried about the Grim Reaper if you're Dr. Sheep.
You might bring the Trawler in to just take that Ember away.
Trawler is if your opponent is haunted, or if you're haunted.
I think it's.
Ooh, he gets a Memoleech. Just wants something that can do some steal. We
Trigon.
were talking about this before too, right?
I always get like, if you are haunted,
Okay.
you.
You know he is, right? If
4, 5, 6.
How's the Sloopy play this weekend? I think overall it's a pretty clean weekend. I didn't see any sloopiness in my observations. So
I think we had a couple newer-ish players on stream around one of the
that is true. We did see
we got things sorted out. I knew it was we got there, but other than that, it's been a pretty good weekend for that stuff.
Yeah, and GD did make an announcement about. Hey, this is how we want you guys to behave and operate, so that was good. Alright, we're going to Battle Fleet. Big Battle Fleet turn here, so it looks like 5 in hand after, so he had a fistful of Mars. This is what Fraud wants to do, right? And now he wants to draw, right? Draw those.
Does he have the second Battle Fleet already, or did he have to draw
let's see, I'm not sure. Not immediately coming down, so I'm guessing. Oh, I mean, I don't know. He's counting out. It's a little hard to see.
Dexter not having too many ways to disrupt that outside of taxing like the
Tangy-Mangy, right? Tangy-Mangy's gonna slow it down, right?
Yep.
Slow down the key abduction, but this could still just be a big Mars play, right?
Yep. Absolutely.
Martians make bad allies, get you a lot of burst. the, like you said, the orbital bombardment can clear up a lot of this board. Actually, that can remove the taxing. So it's Tenjimanji, that is, if your opponent is haunted. So within the same house, they're doing different things.
Yep.
We do see the key abduction in hand, but not the second battlefield. So I think we're just gonna see. I mean, we see a lot of stuff getting blown up here by this
Almost everything.
orbital bombardment.
Yep.
We do know Dexter also has the near future lens that came down really early against Gorlami. Not here yet, but Dr. Sheep having the EMP blast.
Yeah,
To be able to take care of that will be big. There's a key abduction. So he's on some
Free, right?
let's see.
He
so
should
it's
have
on
11 minus he played the.
10.
So it's been 5. So.
I mean, still, like, you'll take that, right? Take
Yeah,
that any
I
day,
mean, so
especially-
it's still discount, and against Dexter's ability to bring back his trawlers and whatnot, yeah, I think you. I don't think you lean too hard into the super free keys, right? And right, hey, fraud can make ember, so I think he's gonna take this, and he's got a fistful of stuff he can do, right? So he's gonna play out a bunch of dudes.
Make him out.
It's not quite Squawker.
Oh, and the Squawker to use the Mega Mouth,
Yep.
to use the Dodger to fight this
Yep.
Trigon and steal another Amber.
Yep. Nice.
Assuming what he's doing makes sense to do it that way. Yeah, so getting to check for key 2 in this turn. I mean, so like when you've seen a lot of like good hands for Dr. Sheep. Right? He had a 6-card Shadows hand, which turned into a 6-card Mars hand.
Nice.
So, you know, start out with some of those things.
It's hard to counter that if you know.
It's pretty tough, especially against a deck like Fraud.
So, alright, here we go. So he's chucking a whole bunch of, three non-Mars creatures.
I don't know where I am, but I'm haunted.
The Fraud doesn't care too much about having creatures, right? So he, a lot of times, Martians with Bad Allies is a questionable card in a lot of decks, but Fraud is great.
Yeah.
Stack the bodies.
Alright, so you're done.
Especially if you're expecting to have to do sort of a key abduction, key maybe more than once. You need, you know, your battle fleets need to get more value each time.
My turn.
Absolutely.
Slowly removing the other houses from your deck. Alright, so I mean,
Check at 9, over to Dexter, who's got 1 Ember, no keys.
big answers needed from him here.
See that? XD. Trawler?
House, we haven't seen
not looking good
really
for
hardly
us.
any guys to
Alright.
Oh, I guess we
Play
saw
you
some
somewhere.
guys to board, but there's the
Here we
Intermission.
go. So he's gonna knock out some stuff. You think he maybe brings back the retro technicians to give himself optionality, or yep, okay, all right,
Answer
there you
for
go.
It almost looked like he was showing the camera.
Yep.
He was like, yes, I am.
Yeah, you are correct. There you go, Jasco. You are correct.
Discarding the Echo Fly to archive that in here somewhere.
Next turn, drop to 6.
That is going to be it for the turn as he draws back
Turn,
up.
so
So,
forges.
Forges for
And,
6, didn't even get to tax that key.
Yep.
That's pretty big.
Yep. So it's all down to can he hold off Sheep on key 3.
Right, so
So
she
Sheep, yeah, he spent his key cheat, but
on 3 Ember has enough creatures on the board to just reap for 3 more. So, probably not going back into Mars, since I don't think I guess he would have drawn because he purged some other cards from hand as well.
yep, he's checking his discard pile there.
Yeah. It is the logos turn. Get the library.
Oh, here
got
comes
the
library
library
access. So yeah, he's gonna just try to let me just get all the cards and see what you can do about that.
Here's all of the best things Fraud does. I'm going to throw them at you 1 turn after.
Yep, wild wormhole. Here we go. Yep.
So draw first and then play. Call Phantom.
Yep.
Draw for that play. Oh, and that's
Oh, that was it. Okay.
Crazy.
Didn't draw any.
not
Not
going
draw
to
any limits.
check
Yeah.
either.
Wow.
What?
Don't know if we can
Yeah.
do it.
So he just gave Dexter an extra turn.
Do I pick house or
Uh,
house first?
I mean, not on purpose. He was hoping, right? He drew what? 1, 2, 3. Was it He's 3.
Play come officer power.
Yeah, so none of those were logos. He was counting his discard to see what the chances were. Right?
So I mean, we saw
So he thought it was worth it. He thought probabilistically he was gonna do okay.
in his hand he had the pawn sacrifice. So going shadows doesn't really get you too far. You don't really want to play that because you have to hit your own creatures with it. Do you see the Star Alliance call from Dexter? So getting that Palak. So against Korlami, this Palak never died.
Okay.
It was on the board the entire game.
Okay.
And it's versatile, so that means he was just using it to reap, using it to fight all game. It's got a lot of value there. Lead number 1 coming down. I don't think
So this is interesting though. It's a little bit of an awkward time to bring out your big guns, right? And okay, he's gonna be interesting. So he's gonna bring out the bring out the Grim Reaper.
So he might have the Rhea to use the Grim Reaper.
Well, he's got the Seance.
Or the Seance game. Good call.
Yeah, so we can use that right away. And he has the Rhea.
Ready.
Ooh,
So-
discarding the Rhea to use the Lee again.
Yes.
To maybe get back the Rhea. Or maybe with the Tangy Manji. We talked for a while about pronunciation of KeyForge cards.
Yeah.
Play the red.
Tangy Manji.
Okay.
Reap.
Bring back the Rhea. Build the board. Generate pressure situation. Fraud does not have great ways to deal with big boards.
You only have 1 key option in the deck, right?
Wouldn't be surprised if he gets back the Webster now. Just get some taunt on the board. Try and protect either the Rhea or one of your Lees.
Yeah. I would try to protect the Lee, right? Because the Lee is your ticket to get back to the Tangy Manjis, back into Trawlers.
Got 4 Amber over there.
He does have to be thoughtful. I don't know how many cards are left in Dexter's deck at this point.
And there's the Webster, and
Okay,
it does
he
go next
protects
to the Rhea.
the Rhea. Okay.
So what we saw with this last game is he used Rhea in a way that I've never even really thought of, where he had a battle line of other house creatures, and he put Rhea on one end, and he kept fighting them into his opponent's creatures. So every time one died, Rhea had a new neighbor that could then be used.
Nice.
So the Rhea gets a lot of value, and again, being able to use that Dexter, or the Webster is really important to make sure he gets back to Haunted if something happens and he flips.
Yep. That makes sense.
1, 2. Get up to 6.
And still one more lead coming, so even if he loses 1 or 2 of these, he's got the chance of getting it back.
Yep. So, and he did get himself to check.
Yep.
So that's important to try to get yourself back in this game.
Do you see bait and switch there in Sheep's hands? We're going to see that to steal only 1.
Steal 1. And then we're equal, so.
But take your opponent off check, right? And he's in shadows, so there's a lot of steal in Fraud Shadows. So
Yeah. Well, we saw a lot of it on that first turn, though.
Yeah.
Like I said, probably both routine jobs going. This Dodger is too. Ooh.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot of steal.
Yep. And the Relentless, they're great for Retro Technician, right?
Yeah.
4. Then you're at 7.
And then the Dodger doesn't have any elusive stuff to fight into, so we might just root with that. Carlo Phantom.
It's a damage. Interesting.
Does Carlo Phantom have skirmish?
Potentially.
Must. Then we're gonna get Pawn Sacrifice to blow up the Carlo Phantom and deal 3 and 3. Yep. Hitting the Lee and the Grim Reaper.
Lee first.
Just checking discard order here.
Oh, yeah, they're
Lee going
discarding
first,
the
and then the Reaper.
So I get to pick you get to choose.
So Dexter definitely kind of backed against the wall. Really strong start from Dr. Sheep, but also just being able to kind of keep the value coming.
Dodger Reaping means that Tangy Manji alone. Oh, well, he does have a Palak, so just one Tangy Manji will
Alright. Starlines.
be.
Stop the heat.
Yep.
Assuming Dr. Sheep is haunted now,
New
he's played so many
instantly.
cards, he's got to be.
Now when you call Star Alliance, alright.
So we'll see if he drew the last lead, but even if you did,
You will.
I guess that's probably still the call because you can bring back yes.
There it is.
Probably.
Discarding another Call of the Void. See if that Near Future Lens comes down. That's a big value engine for Dexter's deck.
Which we have not seen yet. So you think we see the Trawler or the Tangy Manji? once he goes through this chain.
Discard.
It's a good question,
So it's
actually.
going to shuffle the bottom 3 cards of my discard pile into my deck.
So discarding an Immersioneer with the Lee, which is going to shuffle 3 cards from the bottom of his discard back into the deck. It look like a card from each house. One of those being Energy Vampirism, the other one being the Ruthless Raider. Is that what he's called? 3-power unfathomable creature that when you discard him, you exhaust stuff. That's all I know him.
Yeah, 3-power, not so great.
His
I think that's what.
his,
I think that's
his fight
actual
fight
damage.
reap ability is not
Yeah.
great because
Yeah.
it makes you discard cards as well.
Yep. It occasionally can be good, but it's not. It's not a card you're hoping for.
Yeah. Alright, lastly, coming out, and then we'll see. Again, he's putting the Lees next to the Webster this time, so even if like a Tangent Mage does come out, it's not going to be protected here.
Gain an amber.
I feel like maybe
his
do the
rule of 6 is Lee's there,
Yeah.
so that's.
Wrong again.
Anytime you rule a 6 on a good card, it's a good thing.
And you're haunted.
I think
Yeah.
maybe I go
Do
Trawler
like
here. Or, yeah, Trawler.
It's hangy bangy.
Gonna go for stopping the key because what I would rather be able to do, well, I guess it just depends. Either way, if your Lees die, it's hard to come back to the state you want to be in.
Gain an amber. A fight into the Brain Eater.
Why? Oh, never mind. Okay, that makes sense.
Let me check this card.
There's the Webster fighting off the Brain Eater. And they're gonna discard top 6
Yeah,
of
no,
both
I'm
decks.
thinking. So,
Deciding.
checking this card.
He's thinking about it. I wonder if I would not, because he
Yes.
doesn't want
So I'm gonna
to.
do.
You don't wanna
both
reshuffle.
You
of
don't want
those
to
ones.
risk shuffle.
Ooh, he's going for it.
No, so you can do it for each one. So it's 6 damage, so I can pick, do it. Yes. So we're gonna
As
do
long
it
as he
once.
wants both himself and his
Do it
opponent to be
twice.
haunted.
We're gonna do it 3 times, and then we'll stop there.
Maybe he's
Kind of
hoping
arbitrary,
to
but
flip something specific.
Is that how that works?
You can stop at any time.
Interesting.
Yeah.
We'll have to look at the wording on
which
that
is
again.
really interesting. At least that's how it works on TCO. so, I assume that's
That
right.
is,
I mean, Marcus just
judge, jury, and
judge
execution.
allowed it, so
Yeah.
that is definitely how it works.
Okay.
I am checking.
So Dexter getting a good pile of amber there. It's at 9. And we see the BR Geist at the top. That BR Geist also a very important card in the game against Gorlami. Sheep not forging here because of the
Costs 9.
capture.
Yep.
And probably running a little bit low on creature control, right? We've seen the poison wave, we've
Fraud.
seen the orbital bombardment.
Fraud, yeah. It's basically it's got those, and it's got the Relentless Whispers, which there you go, Miasma.
So that will stop.
Further slow down.
Does it have a TNG speed?
Build. No, it does not.
Okay.
No, it does have a graft. So
Oh, yeah.
he could. Yeah. So he played a slow turn there. It's like I didn't
Telegraphing
check
a little
again.
bit.
And yeah. And he's gonna force Dexter to and then he's just gonna graft him.
What do you do if you're Dexter? If, like,
Yeah.
what do you
I
do
mean,
on
this
this
is-
turn? You just fight the board off and then
I mean, does
be done?
Dexter have a Kichi?
No, not that we've
so,
seen.
So that is that's gonna be tough then. I mean, he's in a tough spot.
Starlings.
I mean, he basically has to play the Trawler probably, right? I guess he could do another Tangi Manji.
Yeah. Use Seance Scanner.
It's fraud. Like the draw pile's empty, but it did not flip. So
He's
still
going for
haunted.
it. Dexter is going for it. So using the Seance Scanner to reap with Tenjimeji.
I mean, we know Fraud has, or we know Sheep has the.
He's got to, right?
Yeah, like, cause he's got nothing left in his deck. So this is just.
I'm 90%.
And he's probably got a decent amount of other logos because the library access had so little
Right.
there.
Yeah, so he's just gonna have a million number after this.
Yes. So, Kill Dodger.
We do know the Trawler is still in discard, so
Reap.
he could be going for that here to just to capture all of
Bring
Dr.
back
Sheep's
retro.
army.
So that's 2 uses on the retro.
Fought.
Wait, and then play it.
So we've got the discard
discard
pick off
on
of this
Dark Land.
resurrected.
I'm tracking.
Going to Reap. Gain an Amber. Play Dark Land. Gonna capture one.
That hasn't happened for a while.
This is rock around.
And yeah, he's just going for it.
I mean, wait. I mean, you either go for it or you concede at this point, right? Like,
Well, I don't know. If you just fight and then let yourself tax Sheep's key,
yeah.
and then just kind of
Well, tax. I mean, that's it says that. Yeah, just past turn, basically.
So you are still haunted.
I mean,
So I don't
you're in trouble. Yeah, I don't see your way out of this.
it's rough. I mean, it might take a minute for Sheep to find a way to kill the trawler once it comes down and kind of regain that amber. But if you play the trawler now, then Sheep gets
You have
all
no
of
way to flip
this
the mind
amber,
deck.
and then you're right back in the same position. Only you don't have trawler.
Reverse time is only on yours. Yeah. Checking hand.
And again, the taunt creature is covered up, so you can't get that trawler next to taunt. Not that Sheep's deck really fights hardly at all, but
Right.
just a little bit of extra protection always feels good.
I think
I mean, he's so far ahead. Like,
take
you could even just say, "Yeah, fine, you can keep that trawler. I'll just make more amber."
I know why I'm turning my head expecting to be able to see what that card is.
gain an Amber.
Usually when he readies up, he'll
Gain
kind
an
of
Amber. So
bring
that's all
everything
my
together, but
creatures.
no amber moving, so it's
I
not a
will
problem.
draw one card up to 6.
So,
Ready up.
Yeah, I mean, I think you save the trawler for
No,
the last moment. Right?
Tanky Bankies.
oh, it's another tamed Manji.
I'm
So,
3, 6.
I mean,
9,
that's not bad,
12,
right? Because
15,
Sheep,
16.
except it's only when your opponent is haunted. Sheep is going to flip the deck this turn.
That's
and
right.
those
So
will-
he's gonna have to use the trawler next turn.
Yeah, and
There it is.
I don't know if Dexter's deck has a boot to just make
Slight
Sheep haunted
mistake,
again.
You're just gonna capture it,
I will tell you.
Yeah.
Has a Holidays Festival and 2 in here somewheres, so it can pretty quickly.
Well, it can make itself haunted, but it can't make your opponent
right.
haunted. Is kind of the issue.
Wait for you to shuffle.
So,
Not easily.
Actually, kind of a quick turn for Sheep there. Got the artifact down, Spectral Tunneler, and playing the Graft.
Yeah. Just play the graft, flip your deck.
But now I guess we'll probably see
Yep.
6.
Trawler.
Sheep's knows. Hey, all right. I'm gonna see the trawler. Right.
Find a way to kill it.
Here's a million ember.
So 8 so far. I didn't count exactly how much it's going to be, but
Someone pick
it's
Starline.
It's a lot.
a lot.
In the near future lens.
right? Draw those 2 cards.
And Dexter going right into his turn. We see the near future lens come down, so we can start seeing the top of the deck flipped and start trying to get some
So,
efficiency.
near future lens
We haven't
flips
seen the EMP, so she's probably holding that. Might be playing it next turn.
Energy vampirism. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's gonna capture a little bit not on trawler, right? Spread around a
Yeah.
little bit.
Fight. Retro to Ulick.
Yeah, I think you're waiting for after the graph to play the trawler.
Read with retro.
We'll see what he does here, but
Gain an amber.
that would be my guess
retro.
of
Yep.
what's coming.
Discard Skullmaster, which exhausts your Ulick.
Squall Master.
Squall master. Look at that squall and that mastery of it.
Read with retro.
So masterful in squalling.
Gain an amber. Play Trawler.
Disqualification is real.
Yeah, and Sheep already moving the amber to the trawler. Just
Yep.
to kind of
Just pile it up.
it's too much to fit on the card.
That is.
So I wonder if you say on scanner, you fight with your Webster,
You got Squawker in
and
there,
then you
right?
bring it back with your retro technician to protect it, to protect the trawler.
Does he have? Yeah, he does have one thing left.
Yep. To try to give yourself a shot. Actually, you don't even need to use the sand scanners right next to Ray, right? So,
I mean, there are definitely things that could bring this back to me.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, it gives you... I mean, not that he's really got...
There's a Reap with Rhea.
It might just
a
rape. I
Reap
mean,
with
yeah, because he doesn't
Webster.
really have a way to...
Yeah, Reap.
She doesn't really have a way out of hand to fight.
Reap with retro. I should be the
So you might as well make the Ember now.
Yeah, and that is.
Did you figure out that you could
check.
check with retro?
You can use that trick later, I guess.
I've never called you twice in a row.
Though I honestly, she might decide I'm just gonna
Once I retroed, I
make
said I
Ember a
was
different
smart.
way. We'll see.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Alright, so then.
16 minutes left, so plenty of time to kind of resolve this game.
Although with the double Tenji Manji, although Sheep is not haunted.
Yeah, not hunted anymore, so no taxing.
Yeah.
So that's it.
So if she
Ready up.
plays too many cards, and gets himself haunted, he turns Tenji Manji back on.
Second key at 7 amber. Your key currently only costs.
Oh yeah, and the
Oh, it is elusive.
Yeah,
Yep,
that's
yep,
right. Not
good
to
call.
make.
Trawler.
But again,
Good call.
what is she fighting?
Alright.
He is looking
I
for
can't see the.
orbital bombardment, and he's got a lights out. Doesn't really help you, but it does force a different house call. Oh no, it doesn't, because he can fight a Lee,
Yep.
bring that Lee
Bring
back
it
with
back
the
with
discard
discard
spell,
pit.
discard
Yep.
the trawler hand.
It's pretty good. That's a pretty good pod right there for pretty good house, and that Star Alliance. So we do see some Shadow Steel in hand, though I don't know that it's enough to. All right. Yep. He's like, I'm just gonna draw some cards. Let's rock and roll. Battle Fleet.
It's 2.
Okay.
You would need at least.
We do see. I think he got the EMP blast there. He should have had it by now, right? Did he get
Yeah,
discarded
it
by
might have
something
gotten,
earlier?
or it might have gotten played very early. Don't recall.
Okay, so my key costs 7. Yep, there you go.
But you can't.
Just has he forgotten about the elusive? That is possible.
Well, he can stop the key here if he just reads. Or
Invalid.
even if he
Stays.
fights, he can stop the key with this
Yes.
Raptor, which is pretty big. Dexter not having drawn. Going through there. All of the Lees are elusive. They're gonna fight these.
Infinite to fly.
Alright.
Ready, draw one.
That's it.
Okay, so I do not forge.
Alright, so he's giving himself a turn. Now he could, in
2
theory,
amber, 2 keys. I have 1
double
key.
fight into the trawler.
Play Star Alliance.
But
Ooh.
now you have an opportunity to use the Webster to bring it back. So
Did see
what you see in there?
Poison Wave.
Okay.
That does a number on this board, but is it going to be too late? And it doesn't kill Trawler.
It doesn't kill Trawler.
But it kills your ways to get the Trawler back.
Yeah. There
Got
is-
Grim
there-
Reaper coming down. Got a Seance Scan with a Grim Reaper to purge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There is a world here where Dexter's able to sneak back in here if he can keep that trawler on board.
Play Mid Horizon.
Now, I mean,
Gain an amber.
you know,
Discard.
Sheep draws the right card.
Discard.
He's good, but he might not. Now there is some danger here, right, for Dexter, because he's gonna flip.
Gain an amber.
Or was that 2 amber from the Trawler instead of the common supply? Did you notice that?
I
Where he grabbed it from?
did not. I'm unsure.
Kind of feel like the amount of amber on Trawler is almost irrelevant at this point.
Yeah, but you want to make sure you do it right.
Yeah. Oh, we got another cat keyboard. That's the second time this weekend. from two different people.
Oh,
Reap with retro.
that was almost binary, but not quite. Maybe it's trinary.
Effective play.
Yeah. Not tonight's
Okay.
doing something a little interesting. Speaking of trinary,
With retro.
Should I go check on that if he's been taking Amber from?
Marcus is right there.
And we will
We'll watch if we're positive.
play our LCDR Trigon on this flank.
Alright, so not surprisingly, it's another Star Alliance turn for
Use my Sam.
Dexter. I guess we're already halfway through it, aren't we?
Is able to put the taunt out next to
Turn
the
done.
trawler.
I have 6 cards in hand. I will not draw any.
Oh, yeah, that,
yep, with the protective playmate. Now is this a deck flip?
If you have your draft, I would be unhappy.
Should be.
I know. We don't
And
play shadows
that
though.
Webster already having damage on it means he
I'm
can't
getting-
necessarily.
Got all this.
It will be shadows. I will open up with.
Looks like it is not, so
Give
he
me.
may not have played
We
anything
did the
out of
poison
hand.
wave.
Oh, he is.
Oh
Okay.
yeah. Oh, I think Marcus is maybe. Let's
The
say.
ambulance from the trawler.
Yeah. Okay. Marcus caught it. Yep.
I mean, you can take.
Poison wave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This dies. This dies.
Say, folks were asking about Sloopy play. There you go. yeah.
Sloopy.
All right, what just happened? It's got poison.
Yep.
Okay.
Poison Wave is doing 2 damage to a bunch of things.
Maybe we should actually pile that Ember on there. But
Oh, yes.
So importantly, that's going to get him. Well, he's close to check here, just on that, and the trawler's still on board.
yep. Tangimanges though. I wonder.
I don't think he's too close to being haunted. I think he's only got 4 or 5.
Yeah. But she wants to play cards, right? So this is where
It is tough.
these Dexter's not out of it, and he's got a pile.
All right, so we're on the dice.
Loud.
The dice
Use
damage.
dice for damage.
This is a lot of creatures to get damage on.
Discard.
Carlo Phantom getting discarded because he doesn't want there to be any fights, and then we're going to see a steal from the routine job.
Now you
Second routine job.
Yep. So he's making his way towards haunted here. He's counting,
Yeah.
so he's got to be careful.
Let's see. So Palik is still on the board. That's 1 capture. Oh, lights out.
Oh, sheep, careful. Just put that Ember on Trawler, guys. Come on.
So can't bounce the trawler here. I would really consider bouncing that Palik. He's thinking. He's thinking about it. Yeah, Palik, so that just represents extra capture.
got all 3 retros.
So he wants to look through.
So the BR Geist, I believe, was also in the discard there, so
Yeah.
I don't think he's got to wait 2 moves. I'm not sure what answers Dexter will have here. We'll have to wait and see. We got to see what the 1 more bounce is going to be.
This may help Dexter not flip. This gives him 2 extra cards to play next turn. So
Right, but now that all the leaves are gone and your BR Geist is gone,
Yeah.
do you actually have to flip here if you're Dexter
Maybe.
just to try and get back to that state?
I don't know that sheep or Dexter has a way to make sheep discard cards outside of Webster, which is we can obviously see right there in the discard pile.
I'll do this tangent.
So I was gonna say take back to Tangimanji, which I think is fine. It was-
I'm gonna draw 5.
Splitting houses.
I'm gonna say check and 9.
So he's at 9, and we assume not haunted.
Yeah.
How many is in your discard?
4, 5, 6, 7.
I'm gonna forge my second.
He does
key for
forge
6.
here, and he's immediately in check for his next key.
Yeah. So this is kind of an all or nothing
Yep.
for Sheep here, unless he has some Mars to be able to. We do see the orbital bombardment.
Yep.
We do see the
Kill the
graft
trawler.
drawn. What if he had grafted there again?
Yeah.
That would have been pretty rough.
Yeah. So the question is, can Dexter come up with a stop?
All that amber's on
Near
control.
future line is off because
That's my plan.
of
Controller can have some
empty
amber.
die.
Just get enough amber to get the third key. Just don't care about Trawler.
Don't know that he. I'm gonna look at his deck list. Let me see if he
Yeah,
has
I'm
anything.
just trying to think.
Yeah,
There's no
yeah.
creatures he can fight to make Dr. Sheep haunted.
It's just more amber there. Whether it's there or not, it doesn't really matter to me.
We know he doesn't have any key cheats.
So, all right. So what is he? What could he possibly even have? I'm not sure. I feel like a number of these things he's discarded, but there is. Without Howl Eve is not
Oh,
working.
Holiday Eve Festival, yeah,
Would
that's
not
not
work.
doing anything.
Let's see. We know that Dark Lamp is gone.
Flips the deck.
If only I had VR guys.
So I think what they're probably talking about, he's probably got a lot of Geist like the two in here somewhere.
I cannot take you off
Just
the deck.
hasn't had a chance to use those.
Yeah,
And there's the
that's it.
GG.
Yep.
Dr. Sheep taking
game one.
Man, I mean, like, definitely a comeback there for Dexter from a very, very strong start for Dr. Sheep. But I kind of do wonder, too, like, Sheep's on a lot of his creature control early. I wonder if he sees that more in the mid-game, if it actually, like, is almost better.
Z told me to just be fast.
And then
I did
gets
exactly
kind
that,
of
and it didn't pay
I mean,
off.
getting the key abduction was pretty big. He still paid almost a whole key for it.
Right. But willing to do that here. I mean, there's so much Ember in game, right? That that was perfectly fine to do. I think the interesting thing for the next game will be, will Dexter see his lens early?
Yeah, the lens being pretty late was a
If
big.
he can, because Sheep bursted out in front, but Dexter has a big ability to burst too.
But we also never saw the EMP blast, which would just
This
wiped
This is
out
true.
the base.
This is true. So, but I think there's hardly any value gained from the lens in this game, but we've seen other matches where you get a ton. So
His game against Gorlami, it was crazy how much he got with that.
So if he gets a few uses of that, could be a real big deal. I'm gonna hit the restroom.
Okay,
real quick.
Yeah, we
before
probably got a
we
little bit of
start
time while
up.
they're
Yep.
shuffling and everything. I think it is a much quieter house here. A lot of people taking off now that the Alliance finals are done. There's no more top cut. I think they finished up some of the second Amber, and they've done the raffles as well. So I think that was kind of the last thing people were waiting on to
I mean, like, as long as I get
get back in here, or to get out of here.
All the retro.
Again, the holiday weekend makes it kind of nice if you have tomorrow off.
And you just barely work on
Definitely
that.
helps with kind of a long travel weekend
I
like
would have
this,
held
but
cards.
not everyone gets that. Okay, I think they might take a little bit of time to kind of reset here, so maybe take a quick 2 or 3 minute break before we come back to game 2.
Yeah.
Alright, apologies everyone. We are switching up commentators a little bit. We've got Essie Steele, who is back. And I think
Yeah, Draz
Draz
is
is finishing
a tamale.
So we'll get him in here in a second. But let's get into the game.
Yeah, they have already started
Yeah.
and started strong.
People are ready to get out of here. It's been a fun weekend.
Right?
But also
Exhausting. Yeah.
we're ready to go.
Dan has something archived, and so as long as he doesn't forget what's under the archives, having something archived that early, it's probably a battle fleet, and there's nothing that Dexter can do about that.
Yeah, and there's only one archive mechanic in the whole deck, right? It's
Right.
just the lab work.
Yeah, and so he almost, like, it's kind of one of your opening cards. If you have it in your opening hand, you keep it. If you don't have anything to archive, that's great. You might mulligan it out, but if you see it, you usually want to stick with it. Yeah, let's do this.
Alright, I'm gonna hop out for a minute and let Draz Quarter hop in.
Woo!
Baby, let's do this. Actually, I'm gonna hop over to
Yeah.
Front library.
Do your thing. So, Dan, already is he doing a battle fleet thing? No, he just drew up. Okay.
Alright.
Getting Webster out and something to fight is a great start for Dexter because he can haunt himself.
He wants to be haunted. He wants his opponent to be haunted with those Tangy-Mangis.
Absolutely. Oh, Trawler in there.
That's fine. He's got the retro technicians, right? He wants
Ooh. I don't know. Oh, that. There's some good stuff in there. Is that a reverse time and a squawker? Got some Mars cards.
Protect the playmate, and I'm gonna
Variety of houses. Ooh, we're playing pretty fast.
oh yeah, get himself haunted. I mean, Dexter needs to roll, right?
Yes, he has to.
He almost fought his way back last game, but well, was not. If he can start out ahead,
Right.
then he's got a shot.
Absolutely.
He can stall cheap and fraud for a bit.
Because he can take away all his amber. And
Tax,
he can Geist the frauds, Mars cards, like there's lots of things he can do to prevent the battle fleet from going off. Ooh, wild wormhole.
Alright.
Let's
what we
see.
got?
Let's see if he gets another lucky one.
Let's
Yeah.
go.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Okay.
Oh well, it could be amazing
earlier.
because if he has Logos cards in his hand, but he just played a Logos
You
turn.
get to draw.
So he is going to draw from library access, from playing the wild wormhole, But then if he has no more Logos creatures or Logos cards in his hand, he has nothing else.
Well, I assume he had something, right? Otherwise, it'd be a little tricky to play.
Good point.
You know, just one wild wormhole doesn't feel
Like a whole turn.
Yeah. Now he may have wanted to.
Okay.
It's possible he just did the lab work archive, orbital bombardment or something
Right,
for this
right.
matchup. That is possible.
Oh, look at this. This is a fire. Oh, he got
No.
3 of them. He got
That was not
3.
what he wanted to see.
No.
On that wild wormhole hit.
Star Alliance.
He might be able to, because Battlefleet doesn't care about your amber, and he's already ahead. He might just be able to earn
There
over
was 10
2
because there was 5 off him
for
and 5 off
in real
that.
KeyForge.
And itself. So
Real KeyForge.
Yeah, real key abduction, you know. That's a thing.
Here we go. All right, we're getting the retro leads coming out live.
That guy?
Ooh, exhausting his Logos creature.
All right, let's see what he goes with here.
If he has another lead, he can lead chain
Yep.
first.
Yep.
Touchstone.
Which will.
Ooh.
No, so that's not 2.
Well, it could also be how haunted he is.
Right.
Because if he's only at 9, he can only do it once. Ooh,
Right.
that's bad.
Go up to 6.
Not only
That are good. Yeah.
awesome.
That's a party! I just like say our bouncing.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Keep it going here.
Yeah, when I was in here with him earlier, I was partying.
Nice.
But
It's like shadows.
so he has to deal with the Garcia because that's gonna make the key abductions harder.
I mean, have to is a strong word. I mean, fraud just
Does his
makes
thing,
so
yeah,
much ember.
yeah.
But yeah, I think he desires to. The question is, does he prioritize it? Right.
Yeah, that's true. Getting rid of the Lee, okay.
Getting yourself a check and then ember. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Shadows isn't necessarily what he wants to see when Dexter has such few Ember to steal, but getting to 6, hey, that's worth it.
always good. And if sheep is not haunted,
Mm-hmm.
then the Tangimantes are not live.
That's true.
So
And we saw the
we'll
Trawler go
bounce there.
into the discard, so he can't Lee it now.
Like have anything that he cares
I
about.
don't.
Was
I
that it?
just
Oh,
check.
was that the?
Okay.
That wasn't a bounce. That was the sacrifice.
Yeah, pawn sacrifice.
Oh, we wouldn't die.
Did not die because he was on it.
He's on. I'm on 6.
Put the damage on.
Getting a Lee.
It doesn't he get +6 power when you're haunted?
Oh, yep. So it's still in play.
Job steals one.
Good catch, Marcus.
Uh-huh.
Now is Dexter going to give him the key to try and get through to a better board state situation?
You don't have any space power. You're broke, man.
Also, Dan is, even if he is haunted, that's actually great for him. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, he's definitely haunted because he's so far through his deck. You've only seen a couple of Mars cards. He's had, what, 2 Logos turns and
Yep.
a Shadows turn. He
Yeah.
has 2 archived cards. Like,
Very soon we're going to see a
Yes.
big
Battlefleet turn.
Battlefleet turn. So, question is, can Dexter
do anything
generate an
about it.
advantage before that happens?
Right.
That's what he needs to do in order to come out on top of this game.
And he is in Star Alliance, so there is going to be that +2 Garcia. Oh, there's the
Right,
Lee
there's the
Trawler. Or maybe not. Probably the other Lee.
Yeah, get some Lee chains going. Yep. Rule of 6 is Lees.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Why
right.
not?
Trawler or Tangler, so stuns brain eater.
He's scrapping to stun.
Reap.
And the craziest thing about Lee chaining is you also get the Reap Amber. Like, not only do you get
Oh, you're
creatures on board, you get creatures from your discard, you also get the Reap Amber. So if he gets to 6, I don't know if Dan even, or Dr. Sheep even cares to get him off key right
with
now.
power. Capture an amber. Here. Reap with Garcia. Your key cost 8.
Alright, getting to
Get
6.
himself the check.
End turn.
There's a couple of things. If Dr. Sheep can go into Mars for a big Battlefleet turn, get a Grabber Jammer on the board,
And I'm checking 6 amber.
that'll prevent Dexter from forging. But is he even worried about that right now?
I don't think I don't think she was super worried about the first key. The second key he might be more worried about. 'Cause
Right.
then he knows that if Dexter can stall him for long enough, he could be in trouble. But I suspect Sheep will be willing to give up a little bit of board game's position to just further his game.
Yeah. Another Shadow's turn.
Miasma. Okay.
Nice.
So, so whenever I see that Miasma, let's see how many cards he plays. If he just played those 2 cards, yeah. So he's signaling that he is grafting.
Interdimensional graph.
Uh-huh.
All right. So the question is, what does Dexter do?
Oh my, he probably not consider the fact that he has graft in hand, but maybe he doesn't burst in Amber. Maybe he does.
I don't like that answer.
I don't.
I mean, Dr. Sheep doesn't necessarily have graft in hand.
That's true.
But
Yeah.
he is signaling.
Bluff game.
Uh-huh.
It could be in archives. He
Could be.
is
Could
3
be.
in there at this point.
All right.
2
or 3, yeah.
Yep, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Right. Oh,
All right, so we're going to Star Alliance, which means
it's gonna be a big turn.
he's just going to do stuff. So he's going to say, hey, if you have it,
You have it. Right.
If you don't, and honestly, I think that's probably the
How
right
you have
move
to play.
against- like you can't play slow against Fraud.
Yeah.
Yeah, capture.
There was a deck in the field this weekend, a Vault Master's deck with too much to protect and effervescent crystals, and you basically you had to get the Amber and hope they didn't have it.
Gain an Amber. Draw 2.
So that's nice. Touchstone being right next to the Rhea, being able to draw those cards.
Absolutely.
And here comes the near future
lens.
Right, got the seance scanner right
the
there.
speed is going to start picking up,
Yep.
but
Yep.
it doesn't look like he's holding back on the Amber Gen this turn.
No. So he's gonna, and he's just whatever comes out. That's what I'm hitting.
BR Geist.
Ooh, BR Geist. That's fun.
Is there anything in
Gain
Sheep's
an Amber.
deck or discard pile that he could possibly want?
This is gonna flip. You want to.
Is there a Grammar Jammer?
Is he a discard
I don't know.
No.
Yeah.
No, I don't think we've seen.
It's gonna take a look.
There's some Shadows creatures and Logos creatures. I know that there was a couple of Mars actions in there.
Should be slightly.
I don't think the Carlos Phantom's gonna matter. Here.
No.
So I don't know that there's anything interesting.
And it's funny, he near future lensed and then flipped into a Tangy-Mangy.
Yes.
So not only is he not, yeah, there you go, stealing one.
Okay.
Not getting the Tangy-Mangy off the lens, but now she knows that he has it for next turn.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ordering the discard.
Why would we have graph? Yeah. Wow.
Still gaining that Amber. I think that with this kind of board, this is what Dexter wants to see.
So he's gonna tax right to prevent the key.
Gain an Amber. Reap with Staff Sergeant.
And then he's going to reap out. I mean, to be honest, without graft, he has enough Amber for multiple keys at this point.
Let me think for a second.
So
if we want to resolve this.
If
If
Sheep
is
doesn't
bluffing,
have it, yep.
Then Dexter's in very good position.
5
Right.
cards in hand. I have 3
He just
left
needs,
on
Sheep
deck.
just needs to then draw into
I
it.
will choose to not resolve it.
That's true. He could draw into the next turn
And reap.
and still be okay. But
Piles of Amber there.
yeah.
You're not in check.
But if Sheep has it,
Right.
then Dexter's going back into damage control mode, which is where he was last
He
game.
might have to Unfathomable because can't get away from all of your Amber being captured for Trawler.
Dance with the sheep.
Yeah! Woo!
Play Echo.
Oh, he's still going. How is he going to stay haunted with all of these cards on the board?
Gain an Amber.
We'll see. It's hard to see how many he has in his draw deck. I don't think it's too many at this point.
Kind of crazy to see all this Amber. Like, this is an impressive turn. This is one turn that most of that Amber got generated.
Yep. And look at this battle line. It is way past the field of view of this game.
Right, totally.
Draw tank.
I think that's all of his Starline's creatures.
Key cost 8.
All right, here we go. It's the moment of truth.
So, is there a quick logos call with
Interdimensional.
craft?
You don't really have any other choice. Problem is, once you play it once, Dexter then has as good a possible a turn next turn with his current board, and then
Oh, he has a shadow, so he does not have the graft.
he doesn't have graft.
All right, so this is interesting.
He doesn't pull his archive, so it's not in there. So that is all
Yep.
Mars in there.
Back.
So right, probably a Mars archive. So I think Sheep is thinking to himself, all right, if I can get myself to check, forge this key,
Still alive.
go into Mars, get a free key, make a million Ember, get
Right.
myself on check, then well, at that point he'll be neck and neck.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, maybe getting into
It's a 5.
interdimensional graft for the next key.
Yep.
'Cause
Yep.
he did a little bit of board control there.
Yep. If he can draw into it.
So I would expect, because we knew he didn't have interdimensional graft, and he didn't pull his archives, he probably doesn't have any battle fleets in there. Because you'd want interdimensional graft for the next turn, and battle fleets would get him there, if not to the key.
This is still top 2.
I guess it's
Maybe.
is
I mean,
that
he
good
wants
enough?
he wants to forge his free keys with Battlefleet, right?
Yeah.
He wants to with all the taxing and Dexter's deck. I don't know that he's going to spend the battle fleets for
Interdimensional graft
for just some
for
draws.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 for 10,
Yeah.
10 amber
Yeah.
that he's sitting on. Now what's Dexter gonna do?
Yeah. So that was huge,
got 6
right? I think
Yeah.
Dexter did the right thing.
Right.
He
Played
you
it
know,
out.
And I actually wonder. Sheep is a very good player, right? Was there another play
Mangy Mangy on?
on that turn?
Mm-hmm.
But he knew he didn't have the graft. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna play the Miasma signal that I
I
have
have it. Yep.
and see if I can scare him off.
But also, there's always the chance you draw into it. Because
Sure,
you're
sure.
playing
And,
cards.
yeah,
Yeah.
so he could.
It's like,
right,
I had
right,
it the whole time,
Right.
guys.
Sure.
And then captures one from its own side, do damage to it.
But at this point, so take
this
him to
takes off
Maquis,
check,
yeah.
yep.
In here somewhere to archive the leads. 2 1s.
All right, bunch of
Discard
archiving.
pips on them.
So
These 2 guys.
probably the Lees. Yep.
Yep. So he's going to be able to do huge Starlance next turn, but doing Geistoid this turn is not taxing a key for Sheep for key abduction. Last turn, he was taxed.
Echo Flop.
So,
Action. Return
Might be a
stand.
good turn
Play it again.
for battle fleets, even if he does have the interdimensional
This
graft.
time we will archive another lead and an event horizon.
Yep. Okay.
I think this is more than just signaling he's going Starlines next turn.
Yep. Well, it's an archive. He doesn't have to, right?
That's true, that's true.
Definitely setting up the situation.
Yeah. It's crazy how little Dexter plays is unfathomable. Like, he barely has to call it as a house. Never gets old.
Those should just keep swirling, keep moving.
And there's 2 cards under that archive, so
Yep.
he's stacked and ready.
So, playing the thought swirl.
I can't be dealt damage.
So your question is, where is he going to put this?
I like my
He's going
touch
to value.
keep him safe.
Ooh,
Okay,
okay.
interesting.
He has to be able to keep haunted because he's about to flip. He also has so much in his archive. Oh!
Alright, so Sheep can't stop. That
Sheep-
means he didn't draw.
He didn't draw,
Didn't draw the graft.
interdimensional graft or
Yep.
probably the battle fleets either.
Right.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yep. So he said, hey, just give me the next game.
Yeah, yeah.
Sheep's not gonna,
Let's end this.
Yep. Alright, so we are at 1-1 here.
Wow, that's so exciting.
That's super exciting.
Oh my gosh. That's
Let me bring us back here.
Drink.
Let's see.
yeah.
There we are. Hi, Aaron P. Hold on, City. Let me fix that for you. We can we can get you in there. There you go. You
Yeah.
want to get yourself in there. So 3 games.
Yeah.
3 games. We're gonna see here and come down to the final. It's all for this. And what's that? Oh yeah, we can rev it to here we go. So let's move this up. We're gonna show that they've each got 1 game.
Giving us our money's worth here.
And we're gonna we're gonna update this to finals game 3.
Woo.
Very exciting. And
Oh yeah,
so
they're
we'll see.
revving ready to go.
I'm curious if they're just going to rock and roll right away, or if they're going to, does either player want to step away and take a break?
Minute, yeah.
Yeah. We'll
Well,
see.
I think Dan
We'll see.
probably stopped that because he didn't want to go through the whole thing, and
Yeah.
he's probably ready, revving to go.
Yeah.
And I think it's
He's like, I want to come out firing this time.
right.
Um,
And I think in a best of 3, winning the first game has an advantage if you go to 3 games because you are picking who goes first in the 3rd game.
Yeah.
Because if you lose the 2nd game, you get to pick. So it's at least he gets to choose and have that teeny bit of advantage.
So if you're a sheep, who would you pick?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
I would pick myself to go first and try and get that archive, that lab work. Like it definitely behooves him to have a great first turn, but also to be able to see what direction Dexter can go. I mean, if he thinks he can do something crazy awesome on his first turn, when usually he's going for the setup in the first couple of turns. But what do you think?
I would go the same way, right? I think that right, deck like sheeps, pink fraud, right? It's got so many ways to fire, but giving yourself the extra opportunity to select without going down to 5 cards, I think is big.
Absolutely.
So we'll see what the ends up doing here.
It looks like they may have stepped away for a sec.
It's possible.
Yeah.
It's possible. Yep, we don't see
Yeah,
cards flying around.
yeah,
just yet.
they're taking a little bit of a break, so we can let you guys take a little bit of a break too, and we'll be back as soon as they are.
Yep. Alrighty. Alrighty, folks. So we are back, and we're about to start round 3. But actually, let's real quick. Let's bring ourselves up because we realize that we need to
Not for me,
we need to
man.
help with something here.
Played thousands of
Because-
games this day.
I have.
Just over so slightly.
Yes.
The let's bring this screen here. So we have blindfolded Cardboard Sheep. We are concerned that perhaps
He can
Cardboard
see
Sheep
the game,
was
so, yeah.
sending signals to
Exactly.
the real sheep in there. So now we're making sure that game 3, right, even match.
You
So
know,
now
on the level.
everything's totally legit.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
there you go. Cardboard Sheep in his jersey will not be able to do anything untoward.
Exactly.
In this game, it's the integrity of the game is very important.
Absolutely. No, we're
Very
here to prove that.
All right. Well, let's transition back to the table where they are looking at hands, trying to figure out if they are going to mulligan or not.
Oh, I think Dexter already knows he's keeping. That's easy. You see a lot of Mars in Dr. Sheep's hands, and he is mulliganing. Doesn't want to see those cards.
Yeah, you don't want to see the Mars without the battle fleets.
Right.
That
Otherwise,
is
that is a
the
wasted
top
turn.
reason to shuffle.
Absolutely.
I told you what's gonna happen. You
Oh,
can
so
get
Dexter
advantage.
he is mulliganing. That was good, putting his hand down and not making that decision until Dan did.
I think in
Or
4 turns, like
eventually a very quick mulligan.
Right.
He's
Exactly.
like, no way I want this.
Nope, not happening. Yeah, it's really, really easy to make a decision on whether to mulligan if your opponent does or not. Oh, I'm flipping the first two. That's
Oh, explain. Oh, see, Lord Jodo says that the Cardboard Sheep explains the Wild Wormhole library access.
yeah.
Although honestly, like I think Cardboard Sheep, you could have given better signals. I don't know if it was the right time to flip the library access off the top. On top of the deck, so but that's okay. In any case, we'll make sure
That doesn't happen again.
Yeah, very important. Very important.
Also, I don't know, improves the look a little bit.
I think so.
Yeah.
Very
right.
Texas.
Yeah,
very Texas.
exactly. Support San Antonio.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
All right, time has started.
Which we
Get
can
it?
also
Get the
start
battle fleet with all
somewhere
6
somehow.
Mars.
Oh, Dan did decide to go first.
You know what? It's on camera. Just look at that time.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect.
I forgot how to do it. I think we might have closed it because of it.
Wait, who needs that?
Right.
Oh, near future lens gone.
And 5.
That's gonna slow him down. He doesn't want to see that.
I don't know because he's got a couple in here somewhere, right? So
That's true. That's true.
And he wants to put Star Alliance in his archive. So I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily.
Yeah, I guess it's only gonna take 2 more turns for it to come out if he in here somewhere, and then the next turn plays it. But
Look out there.
not haunted. That is accurate.
I always forget to flip it in.
They're making it easier for the viewers. I do like the haunted tree, unhaunted tree card. I think it's fun.
Yeah, no, it's really cool, and I think Sheep just decided to fight into the Playmate, but the Playmate might be elusive.
No, that's actually not good.
So maybe that didn't happen. There was an attempt there. Okay, no, he's just reaping.
Perhaps he was asking about.
Oh, he was probably asking about it, and then they realized. Couldn't. Logo's turn.
Okay,
All right,
struggle is real.
getting through the deck.
Yep, just setting some stuff up.
Okay.
I mean, getting able to reap there.
Yeah, not a. It's not exactly the big turn
Turn he
that
wants.
Fraud wants,
Yeah.
but also he definitely did not want a fistful of Mars without battle fleets. So he
Absolutely.
Dan will much rather, Dr. Sheep would much rather take the turn he just took than start with the other.
And getting the Star Alliance early is great, but too early means it's not coming in.
We're not going to take anyone.
Not coming in
Do
ready.
you think there is even anything?
Ooh, that was not a big turn either. Both of these guys not hitting the gas.
Yep.
Although with Lee already out, now being ready, that's the beginning of the combo.
Cards out of the pile.
Yeah,
Doing
I
something
kept it.
with it because no, I know you did. You're totally fine.
Something being
But,
explained.
It's a way. That's something that I watch for as far as people reordering decks.
Okay.
I think a fight's going on. Yeah.
That's elusive, but I draw a card.
Oh, he fought into the elusive so that he could draw a card and nobody dies.
Yep.
That works. Ooh, we do see Mars though, unfortunately.
Well, it depends on what Mars, right?
Oh, that's true. If he has it, he has it,
He
right?
wants Mars in his hand. He just
Right.
wants Mars with Battlefleet.
Battlefleet.
Mars with Battlefleet
Is-
is basically Fraud's in beautiful shape, right? So
I will
Deciding whether to fight or not. There you go. That was a good combo there. Elusive being gone, drawing a card from the fight. That is.
He's hoping to set himself up.
Right. More cards in hand, the better. Wow.
See, a lot of Mars can't quite tell what it is.
Ooh, library
there goes
access.
the library access. All right, so he's gonna try to set some things up here.
Oh man.
Didn't look like he had that many.
No, it
logos.
didn't.
it's
This is a
Wild
good
Wormhole.
one because you get
Okay.
two.
Yep.
One from the
So
Wild
what do we get this
Wormhole.
time? This time we get
Again.
Okay.
Carlo Phantom.
That'll be great for a pawn sacrifice later.
Got the same guy off.
And he
of the
drew
Wild
from
Wormhole.
playing both those cards.
Yep.
So
That was the first game of the hammer.
Okay.
this is definitely cleaning out his deck of the Logos cards.
Just what he wants.
Exactly. Oh, stop there. Not
That was
bad.
okay.
Yeah.
That was okay. That was probably about average.
6. There are 7 Logos cards visible. 1 in the discard, 1 in purged, 5 on the board. That's most of that house.
And he's got
A lot of
and
cards
off
in
that,
hand.
right? Draw, archive, draw, right?
Yeah.
So if he wants to, right now, I don't know that that's the right move, but that is a threat he's presenting.
And right now, if
And if he doesn't have the battle fleets, he might want to do that.
Yeah, exactly. And Dexter needs to go into Geistoid eventually to get stuff out of his discard pile. So there's going to be a turn where he's not taxing sheep. That's the turn to go.
Oh, rare unfathomable call.
Whoa.
He may have a handful
Of
of
unfathomable.
Yeah.
That does mean a bit of disruption.
Did he call unfathomable last
Yes.
game?
No, he did not. He did not even call it last game. Trawler not getting the amber.
But that's a fine place for it to be. Being on, well,
Getting rid of 3 unfathomable cards.
you
Wow.
actually kind of rather it be your discard pile.
Yep, exactly. To play it
So actually,
later.
now that I'm thinking about it, I wonder. Yeah, he's played this deck a lot of times, so he knows.
Right.
Dexter knows how to play this. But
There,
not
there,
haunted.
there's 3 other cards in his hand that he did not
Yep.
want to have.
There we go. He's drawn. He is drawn. Right.
Yep.
He's gonna fight fight into the elusive, or oh yeah, okay, yep. Okay with that.
Kill the things, draw the things.
Yeah.
He's. You can see by his hand he's ready for next turn.
Yep. He's trying to get into position, right?
He's reaping
Just
there.
gonna reap
Okay.
there.
Doesn't want to kill it.
Yeah.
Get it back into the shuffle.
Yeah. I thought maybe he was gonna fight the elusive so that he could fight with the Brain Eater without dying, but he'd rather. Maybe he's gonna get himself in check here, which maybe he drew something useful and he said,
Right.
okay, I'm just gonna get to check that. We'll see if he gets the check actually.
And if he doesn't play any more cards, then there is. Ooh, archiving a card.
Right.
Lab. Oh, okay. Even more Logos cards.
Yep.
That's his deck is almost empty of Logos at this point.
Yep. So he's pulling back that slingshot, getting ready. Question is, does he
See,
have the right
Starline's in Dexter's hand.
So
Or it was his discard. He just went through his discard. Okay, not his hand.
Starline.
So he's haunted now.
You say on skin.
So that is useful. So now he can fight. Yep.
Get Trawler into his discard pile. Play Lee. Get Trawler out there.
Yep. But he doesn't need to play Trawler right now, right? 'Cause
Well, that's true.
It's
He's
a 5.
Yep. That's
So, but I think Trawler in discard pile is the right place for him.
sure.
He's gonna
And
discard.
there is another Lee in there. Ooh.
Stunning.
Stun.
So Sheep's Logos turns are probably coming to an end.
Reap. And an ember.
There isn't much in. Oh, Sheep probably isn't. He's not haunted.
Red protect instantly.
So Dexter couldn't grab something from Sheep's discard pile if he wanted to.
What's he gonna grab out of the discard pile here? I don't think you do Trawler yet. You grab a dance party.
Well, if he's gonna have a good Geistoid turn coming up, probably going to do some of those cards to have them on the board to maybe draw more cards, stay haunted, taunt for things. There's a lot of options. But it feels like it's a hard choice if it's taken him this long to pick.
Yep.
Leech.
Is that memo?
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
So get a little Ember control on
Ember
the board.
control, yeah.
Don't spend putting out the
Discard. Ooh,
the
nice.
Rhea.
And then putting it next to Memo Leech will be used
Yep.
on a Star Alliance turn.
Getting himself to check.
Alright, alright. On base level, that's a fantastic turn. Get to check. And he also got himself haunted, got a Rhea out there. So it depends on
Ready up.
what
Okay.
Dan can do. Alright, suspense is up.
So does he have?
Battle
Is it,
Fleet.
is it combo time?
Draw 3.
Let's see.
Drum roll. Did he pull those archives? That's also a question. Although it could if you have a handful of Mars. Ooh, shadows.
Oh, he's going to the shadows. Okay.
Alright, alright.
All right. Take your opponent off check.
There you go.
Yep.
Stall.
Draw some cards.
Yeah. Just make him keep taking you off check.
Yep. Take the one without the discard.
I wouldn't be surprised if both go this turn. Yeah. He definitely sees
Urchin.
Rhea.
Yep. Or steal.
Yeah. Ooh.
Okay, so we had a whole bunch of
So
shadows then. So.
even if he doesn't have a ton of Mars in hand,
Okay, there we go.
this is a beautiful
Yep.
setup for Battlefleet later.
Yes.
Like, the amount of Mars left in the deck is huge.
2 cards in
Yep.
hand, drawing 4.
It looked to me before like he had
It-
more
Mars in his hand,
but,
yeah.
It was right on the edge of the screen.
Sure.
His camera's not the best, so. Yeah.
I do think, though, stalling it this late, I mean, Dexter is gonna have a board at some point. And at that point, she has to be able to pay whatever the cost is.
So what is it here? Is it a Geistoid? Is it now time to archive all the things? Is
If he
probably
can.
your last chance.
Yeah, right?
Because you're getting into.
Ooh, Unfathomable.
So he's drawn into more Unfathomable.
Oh, this bottom decking the Geistoid, that's hard to come back from.
Yeah.
Destroy.
It's
Because having the Memo Leech out there would have been great if
Yeah.
he had to call it.
so he's got the Tangy Mansion. So that is cheap in check.
Forging for
Well,
9.
check. That's what I mean. Was he haunted?
Yes.
No, I don't think so. I think that was just a cost of 6 right there. I don't think that was a cost of 9.
Oh, okay.
So that's unfortunate, right? I
Yeah.
think Dexter wished he could have taxed a bit right there.
He'll have to watch out because Battlefleet fills the discard, so he's going to be haunted for the key abduction.
Yep.
Although, is he in Logos again?
Well, potentially. It's not necessarily filling the discard. It depends on what he's got, right?
That's true. You just play it in the right order so
Yep.
that you don't fill the discard first.
Sure.
Yeah.
But then once you play out all those cards,
Sure.
shadows.
So this says to me
He's playing a normal boring game of KeyForge. Not boring by any stretch of the means. But he's playing a no key abduction game. This is crazy.
Well, we'll see. I mean, you know.
Lights up. Give them both.
Okay. Look at, yep. There's a bounce.
I know you wanted them.
So the question is, does Dexter go into Unfathomable
Ready.
to get that card back out?
So is that 9? So even
Yeah.
if Sheep's at
Haunted now.
even if Sheep is haunted now, just the
Forges,
Tangy Manji
yeah.
does not stop this.
Not enough.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
So Dexter's over there, no board, 1 Ember,
And he is
no
haunted
keys.
using the tree.
Yep. So, do you tax here? You see, it feels like it's not really.
He doesn't. He has to go for his own win con
Yeah,
here.
yeah. You gotta. Yep, which is what he's doing. So here we go.
We get an action. Yep, your guy.
BR Geist. Okay.
Your guys.
A lot of
okay.
options in
Okay.
Again,
both discards. He can start leading again,
I don't think I
or
want
he
any
can
of
go
your guys,
into
do I?
Sheeps and grab. I guess the Urchin's not in there.
I mean, it's,
Starlights.
Tanchi Manji's not in there because it's in his hand.
Plexo, he's pretty cool. Carlo, he's pretty cool.
I don't want these.
Don't think Dexter wants a board of Logos or Shadows, so
He's thinking hard about this one.
What do you take?
I mean, it's a Lee engine,
Yeah.
right? So it's hard. It's hard to say I'm not going to take a Lee. But he's going to go for the tax.
Yep.
Okay. He's thinking, hey, this is going to keep me more in the game.
Gonna give me an extra
I guess
turn.
if he has a Lee in hand, he can take them all back anyway.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
which he does.
There you go.
So it's not important to take the Lee there.
Ooh, discarding the Memo Leech.
Not the, no, that's the Imagineer.
Oh, that's the
right?
Imagineer. Yeah. Okay.
So flip a few cards off of.
Putting some cards back in the bottom. Of the
Oh,
deck.
right. That's the one. Put it back.
Yeah, and that was near future.
What was at the
lens.
bottom?
Near future lens.
Okay, there you go.
So he's
There
trying
you
to speed himself up.
Yep.
And then I thought he was going to discard
Okay.
the Tangimanji, put it out there, prevent sheep from forging.
Instead, he's gonna tax. I don't know. Like, well, maybe he said another way to stop.
Right.
Because
Or other discard
yeah,
pips?
if you let, well, he's got another discard pip. That's true. He's got another discard pip off of the Lee, of the other Lee, right?
Oh, okay.
There's two of them discard pips. So
Yeah,
he probably
okay.
will still. He'll probably stop sheep from forging, which is important, right?
Yes.
Because you.
If you give him 2 keys, then the key abduction is
Yeah,
the win.
that's right. Then that's it.
Right,
So,
right.
so you gotta hold sheep off here.
And getting to 6 is also important because you got to start getting there. Oh, let's see what goes in the pile.
And that's going to discard Tangy Mangy.
Yeah, there we go.
Yep.
Your key currently costs +2 because
Then you can pull that out. So sheep is not forging
I'm gonna play Chief
from
Walls, not do anything with it.
the amber this next turn.
Reap with Retro Technician Lead.
And Dexter is getting to 6. All right, baby steps.
And you're haunted, right?
And the board is starting to come out, starting to clear it of Star Alliance. Might be able to get to his Geistoid soon, hopefully.
There it is.
So
And that's also an issue because for the next turn, if Battle Fleet were to happen, he is being taxed 5.
Yep. Now again, if he's got the orbital bombardment,
Sure. Or you just go Logos another turn, draw some more stuff. Although he only has 2 usables at this moment, so he could go into Shadows, fight Steal 1, get Dexter off key.
which yeah, so he does not
Logos!
he doesn't have the battle plates. That is what
Yep,
that
that's
is what
what's
sheep
going
is signaling.
I am
Right?
checking 6.
He's looking that long and hard.
Oh yeah.
Move this stone.
Clean play. Got clean play right there, facing the same way.
Facing the same way.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know if that is a. I don't know if that's a tenet of clean play.
Definitely prettier.
There you go.
Ooh.
All right, he is clearing out more
Wow.
logos.
Ready.
And he's gonna let.
Sheep does not.
Oh
yeah.
no,
So-
Dexter does not forge.
All right, so how many?
Check it.
He's in check.
So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Okay.
So Tangimanji is not enough, but he can bring back.
Yeah, Dexter-
Garcia with
Dexter
the-
at 6. So yeah, he does forge.
Oh, he does forge.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting choice. He
He
must
does-
be digging.
He's digging. He doesn't have what he needs, and there's only a few cards left. I bet you he was just counting how many's left.
Right.
Play
Right.
Survey.
So it's possible he just drew one of his battle fleets, and now he's like,
Right.
well, how many cards are left? I need to get to my other one.
Need to guarantee I get to
yeah.
it, right?
Yeah.
And he is making Dexter work to keep him off key because having 10 amber is no small feat.
Right. Well, come on!
I wonder what's in the archives. Just a random Mars card, I guess. Nothing that he would prefer to take in
Maybe-
a Logos turn. Otherwise,
Maybe
he would-
Graft? Who knows?
Oh yeah, yeah,
Like,
totally.
You know, I don't know.
Yeah, fighting smoke.
Archiving. Oh yeah, cause Smoko.
Having something.
So that
Not,
yeah.
not checking what it is.
Not
Doesn't
even
want to
looking.
signal anything back to his opponent. Doesn't want Dexter. Doesn't want to see a smile
Yeah, right.
across Sheep's face. Not that Sheep smiles much, but you know,
Card pip, all void, no scrap effect.
just looks less grumpy. than
Exactly.
normal, you know?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
But fighting some of the Logos creatures
No effect.
to get them off the board to stop the drawing
Reap.
out of house.
And an amber.
The Garcia's probably going to come back at some point. But there were 3 opportunities there.
Protect the playmate.
Gets a taunt. Yep. Make it harder.
And a Geistoid card.
And then we'll probably see.
Geistoid's next turn. If he can.
I mean, he's going to want to try to do. If he can just keep doing Star Alliance and hold off sheep, he's going to do that.
That's true. That's
so,
true.
Yep, there's the right, there's the Garcia.
That's a turn.
So I guess now that they're taunted, it's actually harder for sheep to get rid of them.
Yeah, I think at this point,
Oh, he pulls archives.
he just.
It's,
all right.
oh, he
so
could be
he's
looking.
doing-
He's looking
he's
at the
looking to see what it
archives.
was.
yeah, he hadn't seen it. Didn't put it back under the archive card though.
That's true. That's true. And he's counting. Yep. So
Yep.
he's counting. So I
He
think
has a battle fleet
I think he has 1 battle fleet.
I agree.
And he's saying to himself, "What's the probability
of getting
of-
another one.
Yep.
Oh,
What's
look
the
at all
chance?"
those Mars cards.
Yeah.
Because if he does,
He's counting them. Yep.
He
He's
doesn't
double
get it.
checking.
I'm gonna play.
did he pull him or is he looking again? He pulled him. All right. Let's see. Let's see
right.
if frauds.
Shenanigans.
So the cost is high, right?
So, yeah, super high. But if you
So
can
the
get
cost
Tenjimanji
is
off
11.
the board,
That's true.
that goes
so,
down.
So he's
1,
showing.
2, 3, 4, 5. So he's drawing 5.
Yep.
All right, what are we gonna get? Oh, let's do this.
Oh, there was 6. Okay.
Oh, 6. Okay, okay, good.
You have 2 battle fleets, right?
If he has it, he plays it immediately.
Can't you
If he drew into another battle fleet, he has another Mars card.
Is that-
I gotta redraw the case.
Yes, that is a battle fleet. All right. So he probably just drew into that.
And
There's 3, right? So he could be
2 battle fleets.
2 battle fleets.
which
Gotcha.
I ain't got.
Okay, so in that case, he just draws more and key abducts. Maybe he never had the key abduction.
Or maybe he doesn't have the orbital bombardment.
Oh, yeah. So he doesn't want to key abduct
Yeah. Well,
until he can get rid of the Tanjimanji.
I mean, he might be considering doing it anyway,
Oh, yeah.
but
Because now he
okay.
flips and could draw back into the first
yeah.
battle fleet.
Yep.
Better play there.
All right. So he definitely, so he definitely is gonna have it here.
So
The-
yes,
the-
the key abduction and the orbital bombardment.
So that,
The draws happen.
so he's gonna,
Quixo and Book.
So he's gonna forge, and then he's gonna be in check for fun.
Oh, and then
Yeah.
you're on a key abduction.
Trawler is still in
And on the fridge.
Dexter's discard, if I remember correctly.
Too.
Then I might
But if he can hold his hand. Oh, because he's flipping, the Tanjimanji is now no
You do
longer
have the key
There you
abduction.
go.
play.
That's true.
So it's just
Yep.
a +2 cost.
Yep.
6, 7, 8. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
So
Could still
Across
the
this
key
8.
abduction and then
Yeah.
chain with another battle fleet.
trawlers are if you are haunted. Tanjimanji is if your opponent is haunted. Let's see how the rest of these go
As
down.
I am not haunted now,
Because
I can just play
key abduction, there you go.
key abduction. 1, 2,
Because he just flipped, he's not getting back to that key abduction. So
Yeah, I do wonder if that's what Chief was mathing there, figuring out would I rather
Try and
try
get it
to
again.
pay extra
to get it again,
to be able to draw into it, and he decided no, I'd rather
go to end of my turn
get a
with 2
free
keys
key and force a scenario where the only option.
he drew into the other battlefield.
Oh, okay.
Oh my
So-
gosh. And so he did the key abduction first
Yep.
to not have to pay. Actually, yeah, no, why don't you keep the key abduction just to draw 1 more card?
Your entire deck.
One more.
Because I guess on the flip side, he loses a card when he plays Battle Fleet, but maybe
Yeah.
he just had it.
I don't know. It's
Oh,
possible.
okay. I see.
Alright, here we go into the other Mars cards.
well, it's not necessarily. We're going to play Squawker,
Yeah, you'll draw
which
two.
readies him.
Ready and use.
So will
Squawker.
he?
We will
Ooh,
fight.
ready and use a non. There you go, fighting. And he also gets to draw because he fought, and he's shuffling again. All his whole deck is on the board or in his hand.
Draw 1.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is frauding.
There it is.
Oh my
There it
gosh.
is. So
And he
he's
gets
gonna-
it.
Yeah, so he's gonna get the key.
He's going to get the second key.
Those cards.
Wow. Oh my
do
gosh,
it.
that was so exciting.
This
Yep.
card. It's the first time I've had
Do it.
hand
Play it.
in
Play the card. Yes!
You can look again.
Woo!
Good job, Sheep.
Oh my gosh, congratulations, Dr. Sheep. Fraud winning.
Fraud winning the day. That is the third win for Pink Fraud. Third Voltor
Wow.
win. And I believe.
Yeah,
and,
in the era of Grim Reminders, like
yes.
took down a Grim Reminders deck that made it to the end.
And I believe the first Voltor win for Dr. Sheep.
Yes, he is now a Vault Tour winner. He is a Vault Master.
Vault Warrior.
He has an
Warrior Master, what is it?
Vault Warrior, that one. And he has an invite to Worlds for Archon. Like this is great for him.
Yes. Yes.
And congratulations, great job to Dexter getting this far with
Yes.
what an incredible deck with so many tricks and being able to pilot it to stay haunted the whole time. Like, this was an incredible match.
Yeah. So it was a great job. And both these guys here on team Archon's Corner. So one way or another, I knew that Archon's Corner was going to have the win here. So I was pretty excited. I wished it was me. But I'm happy with
Someday.
my top
Someday.
four. And
Tomorrow.
to see Sheep win is awesome.
Oh my
I'm
God.
very excited to have Sheep join the ranks of Voltor winners.
He deserves it. He's put in the work on this deck, and he's definitely done what he needed to do to practice for this
How much
event.
money was made off?
Absolutely.
All right.
They never won it.
We can see maybe what Orion wants to do.
Yeah. So
Maybe get Sheep in here.
maybe we get Sheep in here. We'll why don't we put it on pause and we'll see if we'll
Yeah,
get Sheep
get
in
some
here
Sheep time.
to chat with us a little bit.
Yeah.
Alrighty, here we go.
Hey everyone, just wanted to do a quick update. So they just did all the announcing of the winners for the weekend. Big congratulations to everyone who won again. We got Gorlami winning the Sealed, Sith of Angmar winning the Alliance, and Dr. Sheep winning the Archon. They talked about doing an interview. I think we're going to let the podcast handle that. They're going to do it anyways, so people are ready to get out of here, so I just wanted to do a quick note on that. Thank you everyone who has been hanging out and watching all weekend. It's been a blast. Huge thanks to GG again for hosting or for running this, and for Shenanigans Games hosting. That will be it for this weekend. Again, I've been Aaron or Ryan Flocksmall on the YouTube and Twitch, but yeah, that will be it for now. Thanks again, and we'll see you later.